Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Fell in Love with Rumi? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. When you think of a hero, the first thing that comes to mind is someone who can fly, someone with super strength or speed, a millionaire genius who created powerful armor, or even a random guy who suffered an accident and gained powers from some animal or insect, and even a spider. 1,000 powers come to mind: the ability to create water or fire, the possibility of destroying a building with one blow or even lifting one with ease. All this and more stopped being something impossible since the quirks appeared. People who looked like they were from comics and movies began to appear everywhere. Wherever you looked there were people with abilities beyond what was physically possible, but now it was. And as it was almost obvious, people appeared who put their power or quirk to selfish use. Robberies, assaults, rapes, murders, and more crimes began to increase. Soon the profession of hero was a reality. But currently we focus on a lonely green-haired boy for whom life had not smiled much. Izuku is a 16-year-old young man with green hair and eyes, and is 1.79 meters tall. He was tall and had a slim but muscular build. Since he was little, he had a certain admiration for heroes, brilliant men and women with striking and powerful quirks. Since he had a conscience, he waited impatiently for the revelation of his quirk. At the age of 4 he went with his mother to the office where his peculiarity was revealed, which was undoubtedly very powerful, but in the public eye he was not suitable for being a hero. I am very sorry, young Midoriya, but the points collected in the admission exam were not enough to pass. You will not be able to be in the UA Heroes course. A kind of rat spoke through a hologram, but since your theoretical exam was perfect, I would like to offer you a position in the support team. If you accept, attend the course on the first day of classes. Goodbye. The message ended. Izuku was disappointed. He had not felt so down since his mother died of illness. Since then he has been living alone and subsisting with the money that his father sent him from the US, which was not little. But really I already saw it coming. He was not born with Bakugo's luck of having such a striking and powerful quirk. Although tactically speaking Izuku's quirk was easily the strongest in the world, it is called Anti-Quirk. It gave him the ability to emanate a black aura around his body, capable of nullifying any quirk or effect that touched him, and he could also expand that aura into a dome to nullify the quirk of anyone inside it, suffering from enormous physical wear and tear. Apart from that, it gave him slightly better resistance than a normal person. But currently the power and flashiness of a quirk seemed to matter more than the usefulness of this quirk. The only good side was that it wasn't outside of the UA completely. Maybe the support course wasn't a bad choice. It would be a way to indirectly help us heroes and an easy way to make money. Not that he would care much about the money, but he wouldn't deny that it would be bad. His thoughts were interrupted when the doorbell of his lonely house rang. He already had an idea of who it could be. He got up from his living room where he was sitting and walked slowly towards the main door. When he opened it, he saw a 37-year-old woman, blonde with short hair and intimidating red eyes, an enviable body for her age, and a beast with a white sleeveless shirt with a lilac sweater. "Hello, Izuku," the woman greeted and hugged her son. "Hello, Aunt Mitsuki," the green-haired man greeted, returning the hug. "How have you been, little?" he asked, separating from the hug. "Okay, please come in," he asked kindly as he stepped aside, leaving the way clear for the woman to enter. Mitsuki Bakugo, the mother of her #1 bully and the person who made her life impossible. But leaving that aside, the blonde was her mother's best friend and had known her since the first day of her life. She was always kind to despite having the same explosive attitude as Katsuki. When his mother died, Mitsuki was an important pillar for Izuku. The woman visited him most of the week to make sure he was well, ate, attended to his duties, and was not he will leave school aside, but above all, that he would not feel alone. With his father working in another country and in a house full of memories, Mitsuki had that Izuku would end up in depression or something worse. "How have you been, Aunt?" he spoke while handing her a cup of her favorite tea. If Mitsuki loved something about Izuku, it was his kindness and how attentive he is. "Well, taking care of the house and trying to keep Katsuki out of trouble," he said heavily. He loved his son and didn't like comparing him to other people, but he would love Katsuki to be more like Izuku. Bakugo still causing problems? He remembered his old friend. Since they were little they were like brothers until Katsuki awakened his quirk, then his ego and arrogance skyrocketed and he began to abuse anyone who opposed him, and everything got worse when Izuku got his. He was frustrated that his explorations had no effect on him. It was like knocking down a steel door with a firecracker. Yes, lately he has been very unbearable at school. He even threatens the teachers, I commented tiredly. I wouldn't admit it, but I was really tired of Katsuki. I had tried 1,000 ways to lower his superiority fumes, but they just didn't work, and that's it. It only created more indifference between them. And now that I enter the UA, his ego has grown. Izuku nodded, taking a sip of his own cup of tea. He had never felt jealous in his life, but this time he felt a little envious of Katsuki entering the US. In the hero course it was his greatest ambition. Mitsuki noticed Izuku's face of disappointment. And how did you do on the exam? Asked the eldest, already suspecting the answer. Well, I didn't manage to pass the physical exam, but they offered me a place in the support course thanks to the fact that my theoretical exam was perfect, he told her in a compliant tone. Mitsuki knew how much Izuku wanted to be a hero, but unfortunately his quirk would be labeled as unremarkable and weak, which was totally illogical if you thought about it. I'm very sorry, Izuchan, they lost a great hero. The woman hugged her almost son, trying to console him. Izuku just returned the hug and enjoyed that maternal warmth that Mitsuki emanated. He could compare the blonde's hugs to the ones his mother gave him when he was little. It was so comforting that he could stay there forever. The hours continued, both of them chatting pleasantly about the week or another topic in common. They both enjoyed being like that. Although it hurt Mitsuki, she enjoyed being with Izuku more than with her own son. In fact, she would have adopted him from us on her own. Such a tense relationship with Katsuki. For his part, Izuku enjoyed Mitsuki's company because the loneliness and melancholy of the house subsided. He could enjoy that feeling of comfort that talking to the woman brought him. Bad? When they least realized it, the night fell silent. I think it's time to go, Izuchan. With some tristeza, Mitsuki got up from her place on the couch, leaving the cup on the coffee table. Sure? Aunt Mitsuki, it's already getting dark and the way home is a bit long. I could stay here in the extra room, she offered with some anxiety. She didn't want to feel the loneliness of her home again. Mitsuki thought about it for a second. She really didn't have the heart to put up with her stubborn son and her useless SBMSSV husband. If Masaru was afraid of Bakugo. Okay, just tonight. He smiled materially as he ruffled his hair. Izuku did not resist and hugged his aunt, happy that noble loneliness would come that day. Thank you. He whispered the last thing, but Mitsuki heard him and felt a warmth in his ihi and enormous happiness. He simply returned the hug. You're welcome, son, she said, and Izuku looked at her with open eyes. Mitsuki simply nodded and they both hugged each other tightly. The next morning, Mitsuki woke up quite well. She felt rested. She didn't have to wake up from Bakugo's screams ordering her to give him something for breakfast. In fact, it was completely the opposite because an incredible smell was the cause of his awakening. After doing her daily routines, she went downstairs to watch in surprise how Izuku's cooked with mastery, the way he flipped the pancakes without using anything other than the frying pan, or how he constantly beat the egg, the asabrain. He even seemed to know how to squeeze an orange without lose a single drop of your juice. Good morning, Mitsuki-oka-san, he greeted happily, slightly surprising the blonde because of what he called her, but she quickly became happy to be considered a mother by the son of her late best friend. Good morning, Izin, he returned the greeting as he sat in the dining room. Did you sleep well? He asked as he began to serve what seemed to be scrambled eggs with skis and some coffee. Very good. In fact, it's been years since she woke up this good, and it was true. The last time she woke up and was greeted with a delicious breakfast was a couple of weeks after she married Masaru. I hope you like it. Izuku served his own plate and some juice for both of them, and they began to have breakfast. Izuku's food was delicious. Mitsuki couldn't even match his own food with Izuku's, but that didn't bother him. The eggs were just right, neither too strong nor too runny. The bacon was perfectly browned. The juice was fresh and freshly squeezed. The pancakes were fluffy and tasted delicious. Chocolate. The morning passed calmly. Mitsuki stayed a while longer talking with Izuku and then left, thanking him for the hospitality and breakfast. Academia UA. In the famous Hero Academy, A meeting was held with all the teachers and potential heroes who would participate in the education of the next generation. "Are we all there?" asked a humanoid rat with an elegant suit and a scarf. "Yes," Director Nizu answered the famous hero All Might. "Well, let's start this meeting. First point of the day. As usual, Aizawa will be in charge of the new Group A as well as Vlad of B." The meeting was going on normally, talking about certain interesting points and other more trivial ones. They began to schedule the special classes in the field and practices at USJ. As a last point, I would like to cover the topic of Maruko. Everyone paid attention to the mention of the rabbit hero. There was a direct accident with her. Apparently there was a group of men who wanted to be clever with her and left them almost dead. Given what was said, the heroines present like 13 or Midnight felt somewhat angry. Especially the heroine plus 18 because in the past she also received certain abuse attempts. Fortunately, it did not happen to adults. On the other hand, the men felt disappointed because the harassers gave them a very bad reputation. Normally, Miruko would be legally unscathed as the victim, but her actions ended up destroying some premises for which the police gave her community service. The same thing she performed here. The reactions were mixed. Some like Midnight were happy to have a strong woman in the schools, not that they made themselves less, but Rumi got the title of the strongest woman in Japan and that was a source of pride for all women. On the other hand, the men were somewhat insecure. "Principal Nizu, are you sure this is a good idea?" Vlad asked, somewhat fearful and nervous. The women on their side did not understand what he was referring to. "Of course, Vlad, I'm sure. Why?" "That's curious. The reason she comes is to beat up perverts. And bringing her here, a place full of hormonal teenagers would be something dangerous." Power finished. Everyone, even the women, had to admit that she had a point. Rumi was not known for your patience or your kindness. "I already thought about that. She will teach hand-to-hand fighting classes a couple of days a week. You will have to be present and make sure that no one tries to be out of line," he said confidently, although many still felt somewhat insecure. "I was happy to have someone like Mirko teaching hand-to-hand fighting. She is easily the most DMNT heroine in the hand-to-hand art." "Well, with this finished we can leave." "All right, Power, there is a possible extra student in your class," I commented, confusing the hero. "Possible?" I asked for everyone. "Yes, that boy, Izuku Midoriya, took the exam for the heroic course. Unfortunately, he failed the physical test but got a perfect score in the theoretical exam." Everyone present opened their eyes to know more. Power. That exam was designed by the fellow Nizu, considered the most intelligent being of all, and that a 16-year-old boy could complete it without problems in 1 hour was almost amazing. Power Loader smiled and nodded, somewhat excited to have a possible genius as a student. In the end, everyone left with a good taste in their mouths. The next generation of heroes would be spectacular, and not only that, they would have as a teacher an expert in hand-to-hand and a possible genius in their school. I was just waiting to see what happened. What the future held. Academia UA. Izuku walked calmly through the corridors towards the Gamma field. Aizawa gave him the order to go directly there when the agreement time ends, and his teacher Power Loader gave him the authorization to skip the rest of the day. His mind kept thinking about what had happened in the cafeteria. It seemed extremely ridiculous to him that Katsuki would try to hit him like in high school. They were no longer children and he was studying to be heroes, but Bakugo was still that boy who was trying to prove something, always wanting to be on top. Others and prove that he is better at all costs, and I honestly couldn't say how long he would endure it. But at least he admitted that this attitude made him an easy victim of ridicule and jokes, which the green-haired boy enjoyed. He knew that the green-haired boy was angry at any feeling of inferiority, and especially when he felt it in public, so the best way to bother him was to make him look ridiculous in front of others, to hit him right in the pride. Returning to reality, Izuku arrived at the field. He could see Class A together 3 professional heroes, Erased Head, All Might and surprisingly Mirko. "I see you arrived," I comment tiredly. "That's right, why does Eraser-sensei need me?" I asked, quite intrigued. "First of all, call me Aizawa, I'm not on duty, and secondly, do me a favor." Izuku was surprised. "What would you like as a favor?" "Your teacher says that you are good at observing and designing support equipment. I need you to observe my students during training and design something that will help them with their quirk." Aizawa was aware of the situation of his students, and the truth is that it was always like that. All the new graduates of the hero course had the minimum control over their quirk, and his students are not the difference. Normally the first years tended to pass the support team. That's why Aizawa asked Power to send one of his best students to help him. On the other hand, he wanted to keep Izuku close. He still remembered the potential he showed and wanted him to familiarize himself with the training to convince him to stand out in the sports festival so he could have him in the hero course. Okay, Sensei. Izuku nodded and followed the black-haired man to where his class was waiting. Mirko was with Class A watching how Aizawa was talking to a green-haired boy and All Might was talking to the boy about school problems. He simply sighed and called the class. "Brats, listen," the white-haired girl shouted, making everyone shut up. "Thank you for calling attention to Mirko." Aizawa thanked me, arriving with Izuku behind him. The aforementioned jumped scared because she did not see when it was done. Presenter Mirko Hordino, the night hero. "Well, I am the super rabbit heroine, Mirko, the strongest woman in Japan." She smiled fiercely as she raised her arms showing her muscles. "Shut up, idiot," said a girl with 2 headphone jacks in her ears. "Mineta, Kaminari, I recommend that you keep your comments to yourselves. Mirko has authorization to act in case he tries something. That's for you," he said, looking at Mineta, who was already centimeters away from touching the rabbits, but the who reacted and kicked him directly in his ball. Yes, he didn't knock him out with a blow to the head. "Sensei," the same blue-haired boy from the cafeteria raised his hand. "How, Ida?" 2 questions, Aizawa-sensei. First, why is the great heroine Mirko here? And second, what is Midoriya-san doing here? He asked with his typical robotic movement and out loud. Ida's question caught the attention of a certain blonde who was a little far from his group talking to All Might, who was lecturing him saying that he had to be more tolerant. "Deku!" As before, the blonde released a couple of explosions, making him fly in the direction of the green-haired man. Bakugo was meters away from Izuku, who only looked at him tiredly, about to hit. Bakugo extended his hand and tried to blast him in the face, which did not happen because several bandages wrapped him and quirk deactivated. "Bakugo, you're already grounded for the entire semester. I don't think you want that punishment to become a suspension, do you?" Aizawa threatened, giving more than 1 chill because his quirk was activated. "Come on, Aizawa, I don't think it's that big of a deal," All Might spoke, reaching where the conduit was. "All Might-sensei, this is the second time that Bakugo attacks a UA colleague. He should be reprimanded," a rather pretty black-haired woman spoke, receiving nods from her teammates. "Thanks for the support, Yaoyorozu. We will resolve this later with the director," Aizawa said and released Bakugo. Let him not repeat himself. He threatened and called the attention of his students. "As many of you know, he is Izuku Midoriya. He is the best student in the support class and he was kind enough to come here at my request. I want make support team to help them use their quirks." He sentenced and left his students surprised and happy. Their caterpillar mother cared about them. That still doesn't explain what the useless person is doing here. The blonde shouted, drawing a sigh from everyone. "Calm down, Bakubro," said a red-haired boy with shark teeth. "That's logical, Katsuki. To know what I have to do, I have to see what they can do." I answer as if it were the most logical thing in the world. "Well, the talks are over, time to start." The rabbit roared, "I am here to put herself through hell, breaking every bone and all his self-esteem. In short, I will understand them." Everyone had a drop of sweat. He said the first thing with a gloomy voice and threatening eyes, and he said it last as if it were the most normal thing in the world. The training began. The first order was to do 20 laps of the field, which was very large. Izuku, for his part, went to sit under a tree and opened his notebook and began to observe. The exercises increased. First they were physical, where Izuku couldn't deduce much, but then they started using his quirk. The first one that caught his attention was the pervert who was beaten by the rabbit heroine. His quirk didn't seem like anything special, just sticky ball that he could throw or so he saw until he noticed how only he could stick them and they seemed inseparable when they touched something or someone. It was a perfect quirk for involvement or pursuit, one of those and the villain would have a strong time fleeing. The second was the girl with purple hair, Kyukajiro if you heard correctly. Her quirk was peculiar. She had a pair of headphone jacks hanging from her ears. They allowed her to connect them to anything and listen to conversations at incredible distances. Apart from that, it allowed him to amplify his heartbeat as a form of attack. An interesting peculiarity for espionage and rescue, with his quirk no one and nothing would escape him. The next was Bakugo's red-haired boyfriend, Kirishima. Izuku had some difficulty thinking of something useful for a quirk as specific as hardening. The only thing he could think of was creating a pair of gloves with a metal strong so that when combined with his quirk he gave quite deadly blows. And the last one he saw was the president of the class, Momo Yaoyorozu. Her quirk was incredible. She could create anything as long as it was not alive and knew its composition. There were really many things that could complement her quirk, but what was essential for him it was to create a less revealing outfit for the black-haired girl. Mirko, who had sneaked behind the green-haired boy to see what he was doing, had to admit that the green-haired boy did his job well. He had noticed the students who most needed support equipment and gave them equipment that would really be useful to them, even more convenient outfits, especially for girls, which surprised her. She already had experience with stalkers and perverts, and something she would not allow was that her new students suffer because of it. In fact, that was the reason why she decided to spiral the green-haired boy. She did not want the boy to make perverted drawings of them, but he was quite surprised to see that he didn't do it. On the contrary, the boy seemed to put more clothes on them on purpose. A tiny smile adorned his face and he walked away, giving the green-haired man the benefit of the doubt. At least he knew that not all men seemed to be perverts. Time skip. School was over. Group 1A left quite tired and resigned that training would be aces from now on. On the other hand, Izuku was in the teacher's room with All Might, Aizawa, Mirko and Midnight. The latter, why she was already there, she was giving them the notebook where she had made the notes of the students who needed compliments to better control their quirks. Needless to say, the adults were surprised by the green-haired student's work. There were 8 sheets, 2 for each student, the first with a sketch of the new suit and an extensive explanation of his quirk and the mint in which it worked, and the second full of sketches and ideas of tools and explanation of how to use it and why. Impressive, commented the plus 18 heroine. Not bad, said the brunette, although inside she was the same as Namuri. It was more than I expected, Aizawa replied. But why are there only 4 students? Asked. His real question was, why isn't Bakugo here? But he wanted to be so cheeky, although Aizawa understood if he asked and sighed. Well, they are the ones who need help the most, he responded, leaving the teachers confused. But young Yaoyorozu's quirk is very strong, All Might responded. Yes, but they have many disadvantages such as the consumption of lipids and the fact that you have to know the composition of the object you have to create. I am not saying that it is evil, but quirk can be complemented very well with the appropriate support equipment, he replied. The teachers and Aizawa nodded in agreement. Might on the other hand felt dumb being silenced by a teenager. As I said, it's more than I expected, Midoriya. I talked to Power, and if you manage to make a team for my students, it will count as the final project for first year. Izuku nodded in agreement and thanked. Aizawa closed the notebook and raised an eyebrow in surprise when he read the title. Ideas for Heroes 14? Do you have more notebooks like this? He asked with real interest, and everyone looked at him with curiosity. Yes, well, when I found out that I would be in the support course, I decided to practice making costumes and tools for all the heroes, including you, I commented with embarrassment. The heroes were still amazed. This 16-year-old boy managed to create 13 notebooks with ideas for heroes, not only costume designs but also tools. If those notebooks were half as good as the one they had now, it would be interesting to see them. Who knows, maybe sometimes they would come up with something good. Namuri calming, Midoriya, would you mind bringing those books to see them? I ask, already knowing the answer. By assumption, Izuku was so kind that he would refuse to make this request. Minutes later, Izuku left the teacher's room straight to his home, leaving the 3 teachers with a good taste in their mouths for having a good student. I admit it, that brat has a future, the rabbit heroine spoke. Possibly their future as heroes would be better, said Aizawa, drawing everyone's attention. It was not common to hear praise from this serious erased head. What are you talking about? Asked All Might. His quirk is extremely powerful. He is trained in a martial art and has outstanding wit. It would not be difficult to see him as the future #1 hero. Namuri had to corroborate what his partner said. He had met Izuku through his classes and could tell with certainty that the boy was an academic and heroic promise. What is your quirk? The rabbit asked, a little more interested. has the ability to override any quirk, even at a distance, apart from slightly better physical abilities. For some reason saying that brought him a certain pride, perhaps the fact that his quirks were similar or it was the same one who discovered it. On the other hand, the teachers were somewhat shocked. A quirk like that would be debatable if he ended up on the side of evil. Without much more to talk about, the teachers retired and everyone went to attend to their own business. But a certain rabbit was thinking about the green-haired boy. Was he really that strong? She didn't know, but she would undoubtedly find out. With Izuku, our green-haired boy was arriving home. When he opened the door, a delicious aroma of katsudon hit him directly, returning the energy he had lost on the way. When he entered the kitchen, he could see a blonde woman cooking while dancing to the rhythm of the music. Mitsuki-san has arrived. He announces his arrival, drawing the attention of the blonde woman. "Ooh, Aizen, welcome," I greet and hug him materially. "Go change and shower, dinner will be ready shortly." Izuku nodded and went straight to his room. For some time now Mitsuki's presence had been more recurrent in the young man's home. Izuku even gave him a copy of the key so he could enter whenever he wanted. Arriving at his home was so cozy, something I haven't felt in a long time. Mitsuki was still responsible with her family, taking care of her household duties, sending lunch to her son and husband, and maintaining her place at the law firm where she works, but she also took the time to come home. From Izuku, she called it her refuge. In her house she couldn't do many things since either her husband complained about the noise or Katsuki simply wouldn't stop shouting insults or dumb things at her. It was simply a different air that suited both she like Izuku. Things were going well, although a little strange. Lately he spent more time with Class 1A than with his own. Things were routine. After spending lunch with Mei, he headed to the Gamma Field, where All Might, Aizawa and Rumi trained the future heroes while he stood back at a distance that allowed him to easily see each student. Sometimes he joined Aizawa with whom he talked, discussing ideas and something else, and some other times with All Might, where he did the same thing only with less intensity, and for some reason he seemed more seated in Bakugo than in other students. Izuku only linked it to the fact that All Might wanted to make Katsuki relax more and stop causing problems. Ever since he started designing equipment for Class 1A, the blonde kept yelling at him and bothering him to design things that would make him stronger, but Izuku always responded the same thing. There are colleagues who need the support team more urgently, which made him gain some appreciation for Class 1A because he was fair and helped equally, although some seemed down because they thought they were so weak that they needed things for their quirks, like the girl Yayarozu. He had explained several times to everyone that their quirks were not weak, but a little help was never a bad idea to be able to develop their full potential, which restored their spirits. Currently the green-haired boy was sitting on a bus heading to the USJ to witness and take note of the rescue practice. His seat was somewhat uncomfortable because he was between a sleeping Aizawa and a Mirko who were giving him little glances, as were several girls from the one. The reason? Well, Erased had recommended that you come with comfortable rompers that are not the UA sports uniform. Because it was designed with a material made to withstand many quirks, it became uncomfortable after a while, so he opted for something cooler and more comfortable. Which is why he generated looks from a pink girl and a brown one, and he was sure that the invisible girl also saw him, but he had no proof, apart from the fact that from time to time Mirko saw him out of the corner of his eye. Not bad, thought the rabbit, seeing the strong arms of the broccoli. She shook her head a little, trying to leave those thoughts behind. Breaking her out of her thoughts, the sound of the bus stopping caught her attention. "We're here, everyone downstairs," Aizawa announced, waking up at some point that no one noticed. Rumi was the first to stand up. For some reason she had a strange blush and her little white tail was moving from side to side. Time skip. The entrance to USJ was full of police, heroes and ambulances. The reason? Class 1A suffered an attack. Although the target was All Might, many were injured: Aizawa's, Tracy, Mirko and Izuku, the latter why he saw no other option than to enter combat. Hospital. In a hospital room there was a rabbit waking up, the sunlight shining directly into her appealing ruby-colored eyes. When her vision cleared, she could only snort with irritation. Didn't like hospitals. More than being hurt, it was that feeling that I almost lost and I need help. Then he remembered the reason and his spirits rose. The USJ was attacked by a new villain organization called League of Villains, something unoriginal but functional. Apparently they had sneaked in with the intention of killing All Might. At first none of those present believed them because how many death threats has the symbol of peace not received? But all laughter disappeared when a thing called Nomu entered the scene. The truth is that it looked intimidating with the chicken head and the brain on the outside. First she and Aizawa had to face a large crowd of first-time villains and they didn't have much difficulty defeating them. But when the chicken entered the scene, things got complicated, to the point where Aizawa was almost dead and Rumi's leg was broken, which hurt a lot, but no more than having been saved by the green-haired boy who entered the scene saving the girl. Her and the sleepyhead. Rumi had never had to be saved before. Well, a couple of times, and it was always by Ryuko, her best friend, but the fact that a teenager who wasn't even in the hero course would save her from possible death made her angry and upset. Made me feel. She didn't know why, but seeing the green-haired boy fight and take risks for her made her feel safe. She had never felt that in her life. As a top professional heroine, she was always involved in fights with powerful villains that rookie heroes couldn't handle, so she knew very well that something like security did not exist in this job, but the green-haired man still made her feel that way. Although he had to admit that the green-haired man handled it very well for it being his first encounter with villains, and even more so, his first encounter with a monster made specifically to kill All Might, the Nomu had several quirks. Among them were shock absorption and regeneration, which was difficult to deal with, but Izuku using his quirk disappeared that problem, but still the monster had a lot of brute strength. Izuku was able to maintain it for a while, until after blocking blows his right arm broke. He did carry out a quite unexpected plan. He cornered himself and tricked the Nomu into hitting a support and destroying it, causing a small collapse that filled the area with dust. And when it was cleared, it was possible to see the Nomu impaled with a beam, totally dead and inert. After that attack, everything went dark for Rumi. And now she was here, lying in a hospital bed looking at the ceiling while she waited for recovery so that her leg would heal and she could leave. Although Izuku and the Nomu's fight passed over and over again in her mind, it seemed so wild that he couldn't help but compare it to his own fights. Maybe having him as an assistant wouldn't be an able option. Time skip, Izuku's room. Night had fallen, many of the injured had retired, including Aizawa and Rumi. Others like Bakugo were sitting in the waiting room waiting until his mother finished visiting Izuku, which had him irritated. "Mua ready, your arm is like new," spoke a short old woman dressed in a nurse-themed hero costume. "Thank you for healing me, recovery girl." Izuku thanked me as he moved his arm trying to get rid of the numbness. "Don't worry boy, just try not to hurt yourself again," I answer, leaving the room, leaving the green-haired boy and the blonde alone. "It really feels new," he screamed when he felt a blow to his head. "Why was that?" he shouted in pain to the blonde. "For worrying me, idiot." He shouted even louder. I'm sorry," he apologized. "Why the hell did you have to get into the fight when there were 3 professionals, eh?" he asked with strong eyes, making the green-haired man nervous. Well, they were injured and I couldn't stay without doing anything," he answered and was interrupted by a hug from Mitsuki. Izuku was surprised when he felt small drops fall on his shoulder. "Aunt Mitsuki?" I asked, bewildered. "You're an idiot. What would I do if something happened to you? I already lost Inko. I don't want to lose you," he cried and tightened his grip, being returned by Izuku. It was not strange to know why she cried. Inko was a sister to Mitsuki, always together, laughing, joking and spending entire afternoons talking about anything. Such was their union that she became so familiar with Izuku that she considered him her son. When she lost Inko, something inside her died, but at least she had Izuku left and she was not willing to lose the last memory of her best friend, and even less when he considered him his son. Mitsuki simply continued crying and venting about so much sadness she had in her while Izuku hugged her. Academia UA. The room was full, all the professional heroes who worked with teachers. What were they discussing? What happened at USJ? Do we at least know how they found out about the visit to the USJ? Asked Vlad King. Until now they had nothing, no information, no names, not even an indication of what exactly happened. Check the security recordings. They entered while the accident with the press was happening, Power Loader answered. That means it wasn't an accident, it was a distraction, Midnight commented, making everyone nod. They used the press as a distraction while they steal the schedule of events and excursions. Nizu stated before taking a sip of tea. What do we know apart from that? I ask no one in particular. They call themselves the League of Villains, said Cementos. And his goal is All Might Vlad King finished. By the way, where is it? Recovery asked. Toshinori is attending to personal matters, Nizu said. Everyone's attention was stolen by the sound of the door opening, revealing Mirko with a pair of bandages on his left leg. The brunette only walked at a calm pace and took a seat next to her friend Midnight. You're a little late, Mirko, Nizu said. The men present shook. Mirko was not happy for having lost a fight and ended up in the hospital, and the last thing that was missing was for Nizu to reproach her. I was doing some things, rat, he answered in his typical tone. Well, since you're here, can you explain to us what happened? Power said. Rumi explained to them what happened. To say that they were worried and surprised was an understatement. This new League of Villains managed to develop something that could stand up to All Might himself. It would undoubtedly be dangerous if they created an army of Nomus. But they were amazed why it was a student. Quinn could face such a thing despite having been seriously injured, also except for Aizawa and Rumi. This information left both Nizu and Power very pleased. Are you saying that Midoriya-kun was able to defeat that thing? Incredula asked. Midnight did not distrust Rumi. If she said that Izuku managed to win, it was because that's how it happened. She did not give credit to those who did not deserve it, but what was so important was that her favorite student, the tender and harmless Izuku, managed to fight against something done to kill the symbol of peace. Nemuri does not know him well. She knows that he is an exemplary student because his grades were very good. She knew that he was very observant because he managed to deduce many things by himself, and that he is a decent boy because when the heroine tried to make him nervous by flirting with him, Izuku only respond kindly and never try to take advantage of the situation, and that is something that the green-haired man really liked. Are you saying that a general course student could defeat that thing? Vlad asked without completely believing him. Are you calling me a liar? She asked furiously. If something bothered her, it was that people distrusted her word. I'm just being realistic, he responded, annoyed by the rabbit's tone. Listen to me, Anistardian man. I will never be a liar, she shouted angrily and slammed her hands on the table. How do I? She screamed and was interrupted. Enough, Nizu shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Vlad, I recommend that you make sure before giving your opinion. The recordings were clear and the young Midoriya was capable of doing these stunts. He sentenced and left the teachers without any doubt. But there is a problem, Power said, drawing everyone's attention. Which? Nemuri asked. Immediately a hologram appeared in front of the table showing the recording of the USJ, specifically the albino boy with his hands on his head. Recording. The place was destroyed. Izuku had made the Nomu commit suicide by causing a collapse and a pillar to pierce the beast. A few meters away, Shigaraki was angry. He scratched his neck in desperation, almost tearing off the skin. Because that child was able to defeat the Nomu. He hissed desperately while scratching even harder. Why could he kill my Nomu? He shouted at Kirijiri. It seems that I was able to cancel any quirk, he responded with an elegant tone. That's a problem. I want you to kill him, kill him, kill him. He shouted furiously. Kirijiri was about to obey, but the door opened revealing All Might very angry. Everything is fine now. Do you know why? Because I am here, he exclaimed extremely angry, seeing how his students were dying of fear, his heir unconscious with a broken arm, his companions injured and unconscious and Izuku very injured. Let's go, he hissed angrily. He wanted All Might dead, but that dumb broccoli had to interfere. He shouted pointing at Izuku, you are a big problem with your quirk. Consider yourself dead, he threatened before disappearing in a black blur leaving the USD. Izuku, who was breathing with his arm broken and a stream of BLD running down his forehead, turned to look at All Might, but he was carrying Bakugo. He turned to the students of 1A and saw the girls he saved on the Rocky Donut. Momo and Jiro, both running to help the freckled man, then everything went black. End of graduation. It was undoubtedly a problem. Now Izuku is in the crosshairs of the new villain organization. If they sent a Nomo for him, things could be fatal. What will we do now? Nemuri asked, worried about her favorite student. Someone will have to watch him, Nizu said simply. And that would be someone? Cementoss asked. It's not that he didn't like Izuku, he just didn't like the idea of being a babysitter. Any volunteers? Asked the rat. Surprisingly, the two women in the room raised their hands. The surprise was not for Midnight, it was expected of her because although her flirtatious and carefree attitude said otherwise, she always cared about her cute students. But that Mirko, the heroine with the worst temperament, offered to take care of a possibly hormonal and perverted teenager when it was more than clear that she detested perverts, was a surprise. Namuri looked at her rabbit friend and asked, "Why do you want to take care of him?" He said with genuine curiosity and surprise. "The brat saved me, I owe him and I plan to pay it," she said irritated, although it was not the whole truth, it was what was necessary for them to believe her because she never liked to owe someone something. "Well, we have 2 volunteers, but since Mirko has his service, he won't be able to during school, so Namuri vilifies him in the meantime." Both girls nodded in agreement and that's how the meeting ended. Mirko left the room with a smile. From that brat who saved her she saw a very great potential in him. The savage way in which he fought reminded her of her and the riskiness of her plans. She had never thought about teaming up because she said that no one he was able to keep up with him, but seeing his fierce qualities in Izuku, maybe he would give him the chance. He just had to play his cards right. Academia de la UE. Izuku Midoriya expected many things after what happened at USJ, that his friends would bother him with questions about what happened, that the teachers would reprimand him for his illegal use of the quirk, or even that the police would reprimand him. But the opposite happened. Instead of his friends from the support course only congratulating him, apparently they didn't care what happened and they only felt proud of their partner. The teachers seemed to appreciate him more and asked him for help with something or other with his support team. Even the police chief congratulated him for such a heroic act despite having broken the law. In his words, the law stops being important when many lives are at risk. And right now, he was here in front of his teachers and principal 1 week after what happened. Midnight and Rumi were sitting on the right wing, Aizawa and All Might on the left and Nizu in his principal's seat. All the teachers were holding a notebook. If Izuku was showing them his ideas for all the heroes he wrote something about, including the 4 present. "This is very interesting, young Midoriya," Nizu commented, turning the page and seeing a new design. Aizawa and Midnight nodded in agreement with the director. "How did you get so much information about the quirks?" All Might asked, feeling somewhat insecure with the information written in the notebooks. Watching, he responded simply, "Are you sure this information wasn't given to you by someone else?" He asked again, "What are you implying, All Might?" Nizu asked, not even understanding the reason for the question. The boy had shown that his analytical level was much higher than average. It was not strange that he could get so much information with a little observation. But the amount of accurate information is ridiculous. No one is able to deduce all this without having obtained the information from another source, he stated, leaving the room in total silence. They understood why the paranoia. A new organization was after him and with a weapon that seemed ready to kill him. And to make matters worse, he had not trained his successor enough to take his place. But accusing the person who saved the students and teachers from an attack was even dumb of him. "I don't know if I'm understanding, All Might Sensei. Are you implying that all my quirk deduction was taken illegally?" I asked politely but with a certain tone of annoyance. "I'm just saying that it seems suspicious," he said and looked directly at Izuku. "Are you sure what you're saying, All Might?" "Midoriya saved our students, me and Mirko," Aizawa said, trained in the discussion. He didn't like the blatant and unarguable way in which he was accusing Izuku. "The red eye is right. The brat can be reckless but never a villain. He saved our buttes," Rumi support. The situation was tense. All Might seemed very upright about his accusation. For his part, Nizu, Aizawa and Rumi were trying to make him see reason and get him out of his paranoia. And Midnight. "Well, Kaya!" the heroine shouted, jumping from her seat. She quickly turned the notebook over, revealing the page. It was a sketch of her in a new outfit. "I want it, I want it, I want it." He repeated over and over again with emotion while hugging Izuku. "It's great." He shouted and stopped hugging the freckled man to hug the notebook. The suit was simple. It changed all the LTX for a fairly tight elastic fabric on the torso and arms, while on the legs there were black cargo breathes with white and red details that were somewhat tight in the rear and at the end some black military boots. It was the perfect combination of something CC and professional. The special thing was the small tubes that came out from her skin to special places like her wrists, back, legs and shoulders where she could get her gas to use it without having to tear her suit every time. Everyone had an anime-style drop at Midnight's childish way of acting. Apparently she really liked the costume. On the other hand, a certain rabbit was a little angry about the fact that the green-haired man drew Midnight, but her anger she became curious when she thought about whether the green-haired man had a suit made for her and she wanted to see how he had drawn her. You can ask the school support team, Nizu offered. He had to admit that the suit was ingenious. There were even special grenades that she could fill with her own gas. Yes. She shouted with stars in her eyes and ran away, but not before giving Izuku an embrace on the cheek, which made the rabbit growl. Back to the topic, Aizawa said, trying to close the topic of Izuku's accusation. True, All Might, I recommend that you have solid evidence to support your suspicion before accusing a student who has done nothing more than prove his worth to this institution, Nizu finished, leaving the muscular man silent, who nodded with his face. But his fists were clenched. I hope it's clear. Now, moving on to a more important topic, Aizawa, would you like to comment on it? The black hair nodded and stood up. Midoriya, given the great help you have given us not only as a team designer for my students, but also in the USJ incident, you are offered the opportunity to enter the Heroes course in Class 1, he said with a small smile. Izuku opened his eyes. Of everything he expected, this was undoubtedly the last. When they called him to the director's office, the most logical thing was to think that they would scold him at best, but now they were offering him a place in the course I wanted to enter from the beginning. I refused. Those present were surprised, and even Rumi gasped in surprise. Bye? Aizawa asked, totally confused. Wasn't that his goal from the beginning? Why didn't he accept now? Don't get me wrong, I'm flattered and I'm very tempted to accept, but if I'm going to enter the hero course, it will be on equal opportunities like everyone else, at the sports festival, not because of my actions in situations in which it is supposed that he shouldn't even be, he replied firmly. Aizawa nodded in agreement with the answer and happy to know that his future student was someone honorable. Rumi was attentive to Izuku's notebook, or so the others believed. She was really listening to everything and was incredulous at the green-haired man's rejection of the unique offer, but she had to admit that this boy had values that were rare to see today: kindness, respect, chivalrous, intelligent, understanding, kind, and many more followed the list, but now Honorable joined it, and that only made Mirko more interested in the boy. Well, with that resolved, let's move on to the last matter. Since now Midoriya under threat of death from the League of Villains, we have decided to give you an SRT, or in this case 2. Izuku opened his eyes at this, but decided to let him continue. Nizu before asking, during your activities outside of school Mirko offered to watch you, and during school when Mirko is teaching Midnight will be with you. Izuku didn't have to ask why. It was clear that his quirk caught the attention of the villains, and now it was clear that the heroes did too. That explained why the sudden proposal to change course. That's fine and all, but what will happen to Mirko-sensei's heroic activities? I ask, not expecting Nizu's response. That's why I have an idea. Time skip. When Izuku asked Nizu what would happen to Mirko's heroic activities, he expected many things: that they would put a tracker on him, a panic button on his phone, maybe cameras outside his house, or even that Izuku would go to Rumi's agency to pass the time. But it never occurred to him what Nizu told him. Mirko will live with you. He didn't even ask if he could or if someone was inconvenient. He even seemed to know that he had already lived alone before, and that was scary. Were his teachers harassing him? But back to reality, Izuku was sitting in the back of a car loaned by the UA so that Rumi could move his luggage. In fact, the rabbit heroine was next to him, both sitting in a somewhat awkward silence until the rabbit decided to break it. Listen, brat, this is strange for both you and me, so I will make rules so that it is not uncomfortable and is more key. Rumi was not in a good mood. She had offered to take care of him rather than act as a babysitter when she had to move out of her apartment, which really was his agency's office. First, everyone will take care of their own things. Do not try anything perverted, and it is strictly prohibited to enter the other's room. Izuku nodded in agreement. It was really what he had planned to do. The car stopped. Rumi and Izuku got out. The green guy himself offered to carry the rabbit's luggage, which I rejected. Upon entering, Rumi was quite satisfied with what she saw. It was a common two-story house, 3 bedrooms, attic, living room, kitchen and 2 bathrooms apart from the garage and the patio. When Mirko heard that he would live with a teenager who already lived alone, he imagined chaos, disorder everywhere, fast food boxes everywhere, soda cans and even beer, garbage everywhere and maybe a bird or a rat corpse over there. But it was quite the opposite. The house was completely in order, clean and everything seemed to be in its place. Without a doubt I did not expect that a teenager would be able to live alone and maintain order. No one knew but Mirko loved order. Maybe it didn't show because of her tight schedule as a heroine, but she enjoyed seeing her space organized. At least it seemed like there would be no problem in terms of order. "Shall I take you to your room?" the green-haired man offered kindly. "It's okay," Brat consensus and followed Izuku who led the way to the top. When Rumi arrived he saw the room, a double bed between a couple of nightstands, a closet, a wardrobe and the usual stuff. He simply took Izuku out and lay down to sleep. The next morning, the alarm clock interrupted Rumi's sleep. Heavily and with his eyes closed he hit the alarm clock making it stop making noise. He sat up and gave a big yawn. When he opened his eyes he didn't recognize the place but then he remembered everything. Now I was a babysitter. Without further ado, she got up and went to change into sports clothes that consisted of fairly tight black shorts, a white tank top, and a black sweatshirt. She put on her tennis shoes and went out with the intention of starting her daily exercise routine. Being a heroine required constant physical maintenance. When he went down the stairs he was surprised to see the light on. It was 5 a.m. so he didn't think the brat was awake, but there he was, at the door dressed in a sporty manner doing various stretches. "I see you wake up early, brat," the rabbit chuckled when she saw the jump of fright that Izuku gave. Mirko-san, I didn't expect to see you so early," he said, somewhat embarrassed by the little girl's scream he gave. Academia UA. A week had passed in an interesting way. Izuku and Rumi had gotten to know each other a little better, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and even a few personal things. It could be said that they were already friends or something remotely similar. They went out for a run in the morning and when they returned they both ate the green-haired man's delicious food. Then they went to the UA with a lunch made by Izuku and at the end of the day Mirko returned only to be greeted by a delicious dinner made by the green-haired man. Any woman her age would be totally jealous of having such an attentive and CRVCL companion. Of course, what a better housemate, not a couple. But here she was in the UA infirmary. Next to a sleeping Izuku on a stretcher. The festival had passed and he had to admit it. The little broccoli shined throughout the event. From the simple obstacle course in which he won with his incredible ingenuity using a piece of robot from the second phase and the explosion of the mines from the third phase, beating a Choate head and Endeavor's son. When she saw this she was amazed. Not even she would think of something like that. The boy was crazy and he liked that. In the second he won by very little. The cavalry race was very difficult for him. When he came in first place in the first test he was awarded the 1,000,000 points, which made it difficult to form teams, but in the end he ended up with his friend May. And a couple of snot from 1A, but in the end he won, against all odds and took first place followed by Shoto and the boy Minoma from 1B. And finally the 1 vs 1 fights, possibly the most anticipated event of the entire festival and of course, this damage. The first event promised to be very interesting since Room A already had some experience against real villains, newbies but in the end really. The first fight was between Izuku and Todoroki. It was incredible in a few words. For some reason the son of number 2 did not use his quirk at 100 and Izuku forced him to do so. For his part, Izuku demonstrated another ability of his quirk that seemed to occulter. His body was filled with green and black rays, increasing his physical capacity quite a bit. The drawback was that he could only use it for a very short time, but it was enough for the freckled man. Will win. The following fights were not as exciting. The Crow Boy beat the Yayarosa girl. Izuku's friend Mei used the 1A delegate as an advertising mannequin for her products and the Ochako girl fought against the Muslim and occasionally fought. Without much relevance in Mirko's opinion. But the final fight was simply incredible. Izuku against Bakugo. All the professionals were too interested in those two, although they were disappointed to know that Izuku was from the support course and therefore they could not offer him a place in their agency for internships. Well, everyone except Mirko because she had an idea. The fight was brutal, blows, explosions and more. Izuku could win it at any time just by erasing Bakugo's quirk, but he wanted to prove that he was worthy of entering the hero course, so he demonstrated his physical and analytical abilities. While Mirko was ecstatic, that boy she had her eye on as a possible partner because of how brutal and crazy his fighting style was proving to be analytical and tactic too. He was the complete package, but a part of her was excited. Seeing him shirtless because of the blonde's explosions, the way he fought, his brutal movements, how attentive he was, how respectful and good a cook he was had caused something that she fell in love little by little, only she didn't know it. Still present. And here he was next to the sleeping green-haired boy. She had to admit that the boy was handsome, his hair and eyes green, his freckles that tenderly adorned his face, and his muscular body that took away everything tender. Without realizing it, she got lost in her thoughts as she caressed the green's wavy hair without noticing how the door to the infirmary opened. Mitsuki entered and saw the scene. She was surprised to see a top heroine next to her cute Izuchan. The rabbit looked at him carefully while caressing her silky hair. Mitsuki had already visited her son, who yelled at her to leave as soon as she entered. Of course, as a good mother she stayed at least to make sure he wasn't too bad. Of course her ego was destroyed by the beating that Izuku gave him, and even more so knowing that the green-haired man did not use everything he had and that made him angrier. But here, in front of her was one of Japan's most famous and recognized heroines. Apart from the fact that she is considered the strongest woman in the place, she is sitting stroking the hair of a young man. Unconsciously a small smile appeared on her face. The blonde knocked lightly on the door frame, drawing the rabbit's attention, which jumped scared at being found making such contact with the green-haired young man. "Shall I interrupt?" Mirko looked at Mitsuki, who asked with a smile. "No," he stuttered for the first time in his life. "Excuse me for the question, but who are you?" asked Mitsuki, who was walking to the chair in front of the rabbit and the sleeping Izuku's bed. "I'm Mitsuki Bakugo, Izuku's aunt," she introduced herself kindly. Mirko for his part raised a confused eyebrow. "Bakugo? You're not the explosive brat's mother?" The blonde laughed lightly at the way she referred to her son. "Yes, that's me," I answer with a smile. "If you are that brat's mother and Izuku's aunt, does that mean you are family?" she asked in disbelief. They didn't look alike at all. Izuku had green hair and eyes while Katsuki and Mitsuki had blonde hair and red eyes, although she got more confused when the blonde laughed. "No, I am not his biological aunt. Izuku's mother and I were best friends and we have known each other forever. I have known Izuchan since he was a baby as well as Katsuki," she clarified with a certain melancholy when referring to Izuku's mother, "and I also don't overlook the fact that the blonde called Izuku Izuchan. Maybe I would bother him later." "Did you know Yusuke's mother?" Mirko knew that the green-haired boy's mother was dead. He didn't know why because Nizu never wanted to tell him and Yusuke never brought up the subject. "Inko Midoriya, she was just like Izuku and not just physically," he began to say with a melancholic smile. "She was a appealing woman with green hair and eyes. I met her in primary school. I was the typical rough and rebellious girl and she was a very sweet and helpful. I don't know how but we ended up being best friends. We went to middle school, high school and university together. We were both bridesmaids for each other and when our children were born we tried to raise them together." Mirko understood that Izuku's mother was responsible for making his green-haired friend so special, but he didn't understand something. If Katsuki and Izuku grew up together, why do they hate each other? If they grew up together, why does Katsuki hate Izuku? I was interested. Mitsuki wiped away a small tear and sighed heavily. "Katsuki is my son and therefore I get my character. Before he was not so explosive. He got along well with Izuku and they even seemed like brothers," he said, surprising the rabbit. But everything changed when their quirk appeared. Katsuki's explosive peculiarity elevated his ego. He is colorful and powerful. Everything people needed to praise him and tell him that he would be the best hero. Mirko nodded, understanding that part. With a quirk as good as Bakugo's, it is normal that his ego rose. But the fault also lies with the people and boys who praised him, raising his ego even more. But Izuku's quirk overshadowed him. It literally left his quirk or anyone else's completely useless, and that made him angry that someone else could beat him when all the people told him that he would be invincible. The rabbit understood the situation. People had glorified the blonde so much that when someone who could beat him arrived, their hatred and contempt was directed at that person, in this case Izuku. Mirko saw that the Bakugo matriarch had a look of regret, as if it were her fault that her son is the way he is, which made him curious, and he was about to ask, only for the sound of Izuku waking up to stop the conversation. Time skip. It feels horrible, Izuku said as he removed the bandages from his torso, revealing a couple of scars. It's your reward for your recklessness at the festival, Recovery reproached as he threw away the bandages. That's it? Izuku asked, wanting to put on his school shirt. Now, and remember, stop being reckless, the old woman warned as she walked to the door of the infirmary. By the way, the director wants to see you, she said, and left. Izuku sighed and put on his shirt. 2 days had passed since the sports festival he won, and now he was in the infirmary removing the bandages. He changed and took his backpack. School was just a few minutes away from finishing and he had to go to the principal. The reason? He himself didn't know. Normally he only passed by to go with Mirko, but this time he seemed to want something. As he left, he ran into his teacher Midnight, who was dressed in the same outfit that Izuku had designed for her. I see you like the midnight suits, sensei, I commented proudly. Midoriya is great, just great, he said as he walked around showing his entire body with the suit. Izuku only had to look at him, trying not to seem perverted by seeing the appealing woman in front of him. Midnight for her part only laughed at the chivalrous and sad that his student was. The director is waiting for you, he said, breaking the green-haired man's embarrassment. Yes, I'm going there, he said and adjusted his backpack. I'll accompany you. And so they both headed towards the direction. Izuku and Midnight had a good teacher-student relationship because normally the blue-haired girl was close to the green-haired boy, watching over him that nothing would happen to him. It's not that they didn't trust the safety of the school, but it was better safe than sorry. Talk to the... Go ahead, responded the characteristic voice of the director. The door to the office opened, revealing Nemur followed by Izuku. Mirko would normally growl when she saw the green-haired man next to the +18 heroine, but the excitement of what was going to happen didn't let her get angry. We are here, director, Midnight spoke. Thank you, Midnight. By the way, what a good outfit, the mouse praised, wanting to emphasize Izuku's good work. Thank you, I had a great designer. Midnight put an arm behind Izuku's neck and brought him closer, putting him very close to her gifts, which did earn a growl from the rabbit. Well, here we go, said Mirko, trying to control his. Was he angry? He didn't know what that was that he felt, but he didn't like it. Well, Izuku-kun, seeing your performance at the sports festival and for obvious reasons you are once again offered the opportunity to join the hero course, Nizu offered again. I accept, he said immediately with a charming smile that excited the bunny's white tail, which is why she sat down correctly, hiding her excitement. Perfect, Nizu celebrated, happy to have fixed the mistake he made by failing Izuku and denying him the heroic course. Now, when classes return after the internship week, you will be able to join your new classroom, 1A, he said, and the room fell silent. 1A? The rabbit asked, already knowing the reason for Izuku's tension. Yes, and don't worry about young Bakugo. He is already under threat of being expelled if he commits any infraction against the rules. This calmed Izuku down a bit, although he was sure that this threat would only encourage Bakugo to want to bother him. Or hit him. But getting back to the topic, as a new student of the hero course, the internships are an important issue. Izuku nodded in agreement. The internships with the professional heroes were the first contact with the true world of the hero, of course. More controlled since she was under the command of a true professional, and in her case as the winner of the festival she would normally be the center of attention of all the heroes willing to take an apprentice for a while. But since her stay in the hero course is recently, the heroes have not been able to send applications, that leaves the school to choose a public agency to carry out their internships. It did not seem like a bad idea. Normally the heroes with a public agency like Erasedhead or Midnight who work at the school were recognized heroes and pretty good at their job, but we've received a last-minute request. Nizu stood up and handed him an envelope that strangely had a stamp with a caret. He immediately turned to see Rumi, who looked away with a small smile. Izuku denied it in amusement and opened the envelope and took out a letter. Look at me. It was the only thing written. Izuku immediately looked in front and there it was, Mirko with an extended gift box and a smile that Izuku classified as appealing. What is this? I asked awkwardly. A gift, I answer obviously. Come on Midoriya-kun, open it, Midnight cheers up, watching happily as her favorite student received what he deserved. Izuku took the box and opened it slowly. Inside there was a suit, not just any suit, it was the hero suit that he himself had designed over the years since his dream of being a hero began. Stretching out, he saw it perfectly in all its splendor, so a doubt appeared in his mind. How did he know what the suit he wanted was like? It would be too much of a coincidence if both designs were the same. He asked, looking at Rumi, who raised her hero diary called "My Future Hero." Then he understood everything. She had entered his room. What happened to the first rule? I asked, amused. Who, come on, it was for a good cause, I replied happily to see that he liked the gift. Rumi was not excited about giving something, but because her plan was finally carried out, she would have the best partner for her. She was just looking forward to the next struggles that both of them would share. Interrupting the moment, Aizawa entered through the door, drawing attention. It's time was the only thing he said, as if everyone knew what he was dealing with. Excellent, Nizu said, jumping on the sleepyhead's shoulder. The first suits that young Midoriya designed are already ready, he announced, and looked at Izuku. It would seem right to me that he was there to give them to them and see their reactions, he offered kindly, and Izuku gladly accepted. But first, I have to know if you agree to be Mirko's apprentice during the internship. It's true, with everything that happened, he had forgotten to give his answer. The green-haired man smiled and answered. I accept, he said with all the enthusiasm. Gamma Field. How much longer? Kaminari asked somewhat impatiently. When his teacher introduced himself to Mirko, noting that the suits that Midoriya had designed, everyone except Bakugo and Todoroki was happy, although the joy of many ceased when he clarified that only a few suits and most would have to wait a while longer. The lucky ones were Mina, Momo, Kyuka, Uraraka and Kirishima, which made the others a little sad and angered Bakugo, but they calmed down when they knew that their suits were days away from arriving and that those they were about to see were the first to be seen. They are finished. Patience, Kaminari, you shouldn't take long, was Aizawa's response, already lying in his sleeping bag. Mineta was about to complain, but the door opening interrupted him. We're here, the green-haired man announced himself. Everyone was excited when their classmates passed in front of them. Momo changed her revealing outfit for a more covered one, with a full bodysuit with a low neckline and open at the stomach apart from reaching her thighs, and she was even more covered by a cloak that looked quite thick but was very thin. The cloak, it was made of flammable, thermal and insulating materials, giving it an advantage on some occasions. Apart from having long sleeves and on its wrist a smartwatch that Izuku programmed to be a guide with thousands of weapons and objects where he specified the components of each one. The next was Mina, who had changed a lot. Her suit was changed color, from green with pink spots to a white one with pink spots. Her shirt changed to be one with a high collar and long sleeves, leaving aside the neckline, but without losing that CC touch that she liked. Her breathes changed from a sports mesh one to a cargo one with several pink, purple and white pockets. The next was Kirishima, who did not have a big change. Rather, he reinforced his suit by giving him gloves made of a strong material as well as the sleeves, his red cargo breathes and a felt with his iconic R&D. Uraraka was the penultimate one. The design of her suit was similar, but changed in some areas. Her full body suit changed to one of two, one being a top that covered the upper area of her suit, leaving her shoulders bare, her neck covered and a headband. His gloves also changed. And Kyuka was a great and pleasant change. Izuku left the old rocker style behind and modernized it. He removed his jacket and left a red sleeveless shirt that reached his navel. His chest and arms were surrounded with black straps adorned with iron spikes. His black breathes were changed for wider and more elastic ones, as well as his gloves. He also added certain objects that helped amplify the range and potential of his quirk, but without a doubt the biggest change was his hairstyle. It looked amazing. They looked incredible, and of course, their suits took too long to be ready, even as long as the added support team. And how are you? Izuku asked, somewhat nervous. It was the first time that his ideas became reality, and now he was showing them to the future of the heroes. Kyuka-chan, who did your hair? Carol, Tsuyu asked, quite impressed by the rocker's change of look. It was Midoriya, I answered, trying to seem disinterested, but with a certain blush of embarrassment. The gazes moved to Izuku, who took a step back, nervous from the sudden attention. Thank God Mina calmed the tension. We look incredible," he shouted, and his friends also agreed. Izuku sighed in relief. At least they liked it. He was just looking forward to being able to wear his own. 3 months later. Time passed relatively quickly. School was 1 week away from starting, and everyone was running from one place to another in search of the necessary school supplies. On the other hand, our protagonist was sitting on the ledge of a building. One would think that he was about to do something crazy, but the reality was that he was drawing in his notebook titled Ideas for Heroes Volume 13. Since he resigned himself to entering the support course, he was thinking of 1,000 ideas to help each known hero. He spent 3 months writing idea after idea and design after design. At first he thought that it would be somewhat tedious to have to develop artifacts and tools based on other people's quirks, but the truth is that it was fun to see and search for information about the heroes and then spend a couple of hours deducing things about their quirks and at the same time being able to create and design something to help them. As always, I start with the oldest heroes: Endeavor, All Might, Sir Night Eye, Harrisurhead, and he even created a less revealing and more effective costume for Midnight. If there was one thing he hated in it, it was the perverts who didn't respect women. On the other hand, I also designed things for the current generation: Hawks, Mirko, Ryukyu, Fat Gum, etc., etc. But returning to reality, night began to fall. Izuku realized this, and with a sigh he began to put his things in the bag he brought with him, but before he could do anything he heard a sharp knock sound behind him. He quickly turned around to see a black-haired man with long hair lying on the ground. He seemed injured. There was BLD on some parts of his clothes, and he seemed to have serious burns on his arm and torso. "Yes, sir?" he asked, worried about the person in front of him, but received no answer. Undecided whether to ask again, Izuku left his backpack on the ground and became somewhat fearful towards the person. He could see a man of at least 28 years of age, with yellow glasses and apparent bandages surrounding his neck. He automatically recognized him as the man, Eraserhead Knight Hero. The hero began to wake up feeling sore. His vision cleared and he could see a green-haired boy. He quickly remembered how he ended up like this and began to stand up, but he fell again due to the pain he felt. "Don't worry, Mr. Eraser, you look very bad," trying to prevent the hero from getting hurt anymore. Izuku grabbed him by the armpits and pulled him up to the ledge, leaning him against the protrusion. "Who are you?" he asked with a tired tone. "Oh, sorry about my manners. I'm Izuku Midoriya." He introduced himself kindly as he walked to his backpack and took out a bottle of water. Aizawa recognized the name quickly. It was the supposed genius who managed to complete Nizu's exam correctly, and although it wouldn't be noticeable, he relaxed when faced with a well-known name. He didn't know him at all, but the boy would enter UA and I wanted to be a hero. Although he didn't succeed, that gave him some peace of mind. "Ken?" The boy's voice caught his attention. He had a bottle of water in one hand and a rag in the other. "Where did you get it from?" I asked curiously. "From my backpack. I have the cloth to clean the sweat when I go to train, but I didn't go today, so it's clean," I answered, and Eraserhead nodded, seeing that the boy wasn't lying. Izuku poured water on the rag and cleaned the burns a little. They looked very serious, but he didn't say anything. Aizawa, for his part, only looked cautiously at the boy who was taking care of him. He never thought that he would allow himself to be helped by someone other than Recovery or himself, but for some reason Izuku made him very curious. "Why are you helping me?" he asked with his typical tone of voice. "Why do you need help?" was his simple response, and although it didn't seem like it, it was enough for Eraser to calm down a little more. "Can I ask how I end up like this? Maybe a villain?" I asked with a certain tone of emotion. "Yes, I was fighting." "Eraser!" A scream caught the attention of both. A tall, bald, muscular 28-year-old man wearing a white tank top and blue jeans shouted. Aizawa tried to get up, but the burns on his legs prevented him from doing so. He even believed that some bone was broken. "I'm not done with you." The man smiled and raised a fist that was filled with magma. Aizawa tried to use his quirk, but the man moved his fist, sending a cloud of ashes blocking his view. "Your time has come, hero." He moved his hand forward with the intention of launching a small wave of magma that shot straight at the hero. Aizawa closed his eyes, waiting for his end, which did not come. When he opened his eyes, he saw Izuku, standing in front of him with what seemed like a black aura surrounding him, but he was surprised to see that a dome extended from his aura. The villain saw this and sneered. Get away, kid, this is not for you, the man threatened, but got angry when he saw how Izuku didn't even flinch. You asked for it. Once again he raised his hand waiting for it to be enveloped in magma, but nothing happened. Why not? Works. He shouted desperately. Why are you in my area? Izuku smiled confidently and ran straight to the man, giving him a blow to the face that left him unconscious. Aizawa saw this surprised. That villain had given him problems because the ashes blocked his vision and he received magma attacks. But Izuku controlled it as if it were nothing. He saw the black aura and noticed that the dome that extended and the villain did not. He was able to activate his quirk and Aizawa felt as if his eyes were deactivated and his quirk momentarily disappeared. Are you okay? Mr. Eraser, the black-haired boy turned to look at the green-haired boy, still with some surprise. You know it's illegal to use your quirk without a license, he said, trying to forget his impression and continue with his role as a hero. The law says that it can be used in an extreme case as long as a hero is not present. Aizawa nodded, making it clear that he agreed with the. But I'm here, and I'm a professional hero, countered the green-haired man's argument. Yes, but you are injured and indisposed to act. Apart from the fact that we did not have the time to call for reinforcements, Aizawa remained silent. A boy had told him satisfactorily and in a polite way. Somehow he began to like the boy. You're right, I admit it. Time skip. A couple of months passed since that meeting. In the end Izuku called the police and waited patiently with Eraser. His fanboy came out and started asking questions about what the life of a hero was like. The response was tired. I really expected a similar response since it was well known about the long patrols they did. Eraser, for his part, also questioned the green-haired boy a little. The main thing was to ask about his quirk. He was surprised to know that practically it was a much improved version of his own. Of course curiosity got the better of him and he began to investigate the boy. He discovered that his mother was dead due to cancer, her grades were perfect although she changed schools due to bullying and her father works in the US. Leaving him not responsible for his home. Of course his father sends him the money. He undoubtedly knew that he had it at the UA. It would be interesting. In fact, he wondered how someone with so much potential like Izuku couldn't get into the hero course. Then he remembered that the physical exam was to destroy armed robots and he understood why, but that didn't stop him from feeling somewhat disappointed in the UA. You see. Wherever you saw him, the green-haired quirk had so much potential to be a hero that the simple act of denying him seemed like the biggest dumbity in the world. He would have to consult with Nizu to keep an eye on that potential. For his part, Izuku had already entered the school and he liked the green one. The support course was more entertaining than he thought. There were approximately 10 students apart from him, among them a pink-haired girl named Mei Hatsum who had the same addiction to designing things. Only multiplied by 100 to the point where she did not leave the workshop the entire school day. One time they caught her hiding to stay after class. I still don't understand why we came, the pink-haired girl complained, pouting. Maybe because it's lunchtime, Izuku answered sarcastically, both walking towards an empty table while each one held a blue tray of various foods. I shouldn't waste time on something as ridiculous as eating. I should be nursing babies. If anyone outside the conversation hears it, it could be misinterpreted, but luckily people were more involved in their own business than listening to the two of them talk. It's not healthy for you to be locked up all day in that laboratory, the green-haired man scolded. There were few friends he had. He didn't really have any since he changed schools, but he would definitely take care of the ones he had. You worry too much, Mei said, looking away with a pout. She was the same as him. Her number of friends did not reach double digits and she was worried about whether her best friend was feeling well. Besides, you also create a lot of babies, she countered. Yes, but I don't spend all day thinking about Deku. An angry voice was heard behind him. Izuku automatically moved his head to the right, letting a still full can of soda pass by. Even without turning around, Izuku sighed heavily and left his tray of food on the table while Mei yelled 1,000 things at Bakugo. What do you want, Katsuki? I asked heavily, already looking at his face. What the F are you doing here? He shouted with fury as he raised his hand, creating small explosions. Here? In the best school in Japan? With the best security where only teachers and students can enter? I came to sell tickets for Green Day, he answered mockingly, making everyone who was watching the scene laugh, making Katsuki still in the group more annoying. Don't be too smart. He roared, listening to the taunts. If I'm here it's because I was too smart on the exam, he answered again, causing even more laughter. Katsuki reached his limit. He didn't like being made to look like a fool, and especially not someone who nicknamed him Deku just to mock and denigrate him. Die! He shouted, launching his explorations at him. Everyone was worried, even his class, because they knew what Bakugo was capable of. What no one expected was that in a quick movement he subdued Bakugo so that he was face down with his hands on his head, with Izuku holding them while he sat on his back, preventing him from getting up. You know, it is forbidden to use your quirk without license or authorization from your teacher, and you don't have either. You can be expelled for that, he said seriously, shocking everyone, especially Bakugo's classmates, because they knew how dangerous it was. And seeing how a boy from the support course handled it as if nothing really was unexpected. On the other hand, the boys from Izuku's class only cheered for their friend. Get off me, D-men. I don't care what those BSs do. He shouted angrily, trying to get out of Izuku's grip, which he failed to do. For his part, the green-haired boy denied, disappointed by his ex-best friend's ego. Really? Well, go ahead, create an exhibition and blow your head off by yourself, I challenged with a certain mocking tone, making Bakugo much angrier. On the other hand, outside the cafeteria were several teachers like Aizawa, All Might, Power, and Midnight, all looking quite surprised how a student from the support course easily handled a student who easily promised to be one of the 3 best of the next generation. The 4 had intended to interfere from the beginning but were stopped by Aizawa, which surprised the 3 because normally he would not accept this type of behavior even if they were not students in his class, but he argued, saying, he needs to calm down, something Midnight agreed with since she already knew what the blonde was like from a couple of classes she had with him. All Might, for his part, was somewhat angry because of the way in which his heir was being humiliated, of course overlooking the fact that he had started it all. And Power, for his part, was proud of his student. He would reprimand him, of course, but he was proud that he defended himself and to the fullest extent of the law, without going overboard and without using his quirk. Normally the students in the support class were the ones who suffered the most from being called brain or weird. Well, I think I'll intervene, Aizawa commented and began walking, followed by his fellow teachers. That's enough, with a voice that commanded All Might's respect and appreciation on stage, causing everyone's surprise. What do I think young Midoriya is doing? He asked, leaving the teachers somewhat confused because it was clear what was happening. In fact, they had seen it from the beginning, but they did not say anything, assuming that he wanted it to be explained fairly because their might would not have favoritism for his heir, would he? Me? Well, I was just defending myself, I answered, still subduing Bakugo, who only growled with rage, and several around him nodded. Really? Because from my perspective I see that you are subduing young Bakugo, the majority began to murmur, flatly denying what the peace symbol was saying. For their part the teachers raised a sign at the blonde's dumb accusation. And from mine I had to dodge a soda can and an attack from behind. If you don't believe it, ask anyone, with the man somewhat frowning, Izuku responded, still subduing Bakugo, who was kept silent by such humiliation when he was found by his mentor of this wiggle. Midoriya-san is right, All Night Senii. Bakugo attacked Midoriya from behind. A boy with blue hair and glasses responded while moving his hand like a robot. All Might is right, everyone here confirms that young Bakugo started everything, Midnight commented as she saw several people nod at what the Class 1A delegate said, apart from the fact that she was puzzled as to why the peace symbol defended the aggressor when they themselves saw everything from the beginning. Midoriya, let go of Bakugo, Aizawa ordered, already tired of the situation. You will come with me, he spoke while wrapping Bakugo with his bandages. Let me go. The Senizo-haired man shouted. And you, Midoriya, go to the Gamma field after lunch. Power, I have already authorized you. The green-haired man looked at his teacher, who nodded. I'll be there, Eraser-sensei, I answer, giving a smile. Without further ado, the heroes retired, leaving the cafeteria somewhat tense. Director's office. Principal Nizu always felt proud to be called the most intelligent being in the world. And it was no wonder. His level of deduction and intelligence was only comparable to his skill in chess or his addiction to tea, but when Aizawa arrived telling him about a boy who promised to be one of the best heroes but couldn't pass the admission test because his quirk was more than just physical, he felt like an idiot. If it weren't for Eraser, they had never realized the potential of the ingenious boy. As I nicknamed him Nizu, both Aizawa and Nizu did a lot of research on Izuku Midoriya. They knew the basics, the situation with his father and the loss of his mother. But the one that caught the most attention was his anti-quirk quirk, the full ability to erase quirks for an enormous PRD of time. Maybe it wasn't super strength or he could draw fire from his hands, but the advantage was that he could nullify any power that existed. He could even have All Might at 100% in front of him, use his quirk and turn him into a normal person without anything special. A potential like that could not be wasted. "So are you ready to give your first class?" Muruko-san asked the rat with a cup of tea in front of him. "Yeah, anyway, let's just finish this quickly so I can get rid of those brats," answered a appealing woman with dark skin, ruby red eyes and snow-white hair accompanied by long, fluffy rabbit ears and a tail that looked like a ball. "Cotton. Remember that for now we want you to teach them the basics, then you will say if they are ready for more rigorous training," the Roman rat commented with a sip of his tea. For his part the rabbit just nodded. But returning to the main topic, what will happen to young Bakugo? It is true that he is a director and normally he would make these types of decisions, but he fully trusted Aizawa's judgment to reprimand his students. "He will be punished for the rest of the semester," he declared inside his yellow jacket lying on the floor. "Because?" All Might shouted/asked. He was not happy at all with his heir's punishment. "I remind you that he attacked a student from behind, he used his quirk illegally and called us BSTs. Aizawa answered with some anger. He didn't like the favoritism he had for Katsuki. "I understand that what he did was wrong, but punishing him for the rest of the semester is too much. Apart from the fact that Midoriya is young, he shouldn't receive a punishment too." I tried to sound reasonable and not so obvious when wanting to save Bakugo. "All Might, we saw the recordings and I have 4 teachers as witnesses, including you, that young Izuku only defended himself," Nizu answered, trying to stop Aizawa from exploding when he saw what All Might was doing. Rumi only watched this quietly. She really had nothing to say. She didn't know any brat at school and she didn't care. She just wanted to do her little service and go have a drink with Ryuko, but hearing that All Might, the symbol of peace, had a favorite made him think, and he quickly discovered what was happening. That Katsuki guy was the heir to the OFA. Yes, she was the one in charge of that secret. During her student days she was very close to Nana. They seemed like sisters because of how well they got along. Over time they both had enough confidence to talk about their past, and there it appeared, the story of OFA and AFO. "All Might, I ordered you to introduce your heir to the UA even though he has a history of public violence, so I ask you to save your favoritism and act like a teacher," Nizu sentenced, completely silencing All Might and leaving the rabbit and mother caterpillar somewhat surprised. Background: Rumi stammered without believing that. "That's right, Miss Mirko. Young Bakugo has a history and complaints of public aggression against both people and establishments, apart from several cases of illegal use of quirk," he explained patiently. "But I ask that this information does not leave here," Nizu commented, receiving a yes from both of them. It was almost impossible to believe that Nizu would accept a rebellious boy already knowing it in advance. Since they found out that Bakugo is the new recipient of the OFA, they always questioned why. He was not a good boy. He is rude, poorly educated and with huge ego which made him unpleasant. They never understood what the symbol of peace saw in Bakugo to be his successor. A couple more days passed since Izuku delivered the first suits to room 1A. It was exactly Sunday, and the next day the internship started, something that had him nervous and he didn't know why. It's not like he was going to meet a new hero. He had literally been living with Rumi for weeks to make him nervous about living with her. Maybe it was because of the training that the rabbit would give him. Although they had already shared the morning routine of running, Izuku was more than sure that his muscles were not only made from cardio and talks. Or maybe they were the villains. He wouldn't have to either. Technically speaking, he had already faced a villain, or rather monster, in the USJ, so facing villains no longer sounded terrifying. He really didn't know, and that made him more nervous, but a blow on his right arm took him out of his thoughts. Sitting next to him on the couch in front of the TV was Rumi with a bowl of popcorn and dressed in her pajamas, which was nothing more than a shirt that said "Bad Rabbit" and some baggy shorts, plus some rabbit slippers. Since they started living together, they got into the habit of having a kind of movie night every Sunday. where Mirko would put on a violent movie to enjoy the fights, and when it was over Izuku would give her a summary of the plot so that she could enjoy the fights more. Well, as she says, a fight for no reason is just a waste of blows, BLD and broken bones. What do you think so much about? Rumi asked with intrigue. If Izuku didn't pay attention to the end, he wouldn't be able to explain the plot. In the internships, was his response. Rumi paused the movie and looked at him. Really? After fighting a monster made to kill All Might and fighting at the sports festival, are you worried about a few patrols and some extra training? I asked with a raised eyebrow. I really didn't understand his nervousness. I don't know, it's just that. Izuku stopped and thought about what he was about to say. Just what? Mirko encouraged him to finish the sentence. It seemed like it was the first time that Izuku would open up beyond the conventional. In the time they lived together, they had known each other well, likes, dislikes, hobbies, favorite food, musical tastes and more, but neither had taken the first step to investigate the other's past. Rumi was uncomfortable talking about his past, and Izuku, he just didn't like it. I have always wanted to be a hero, he confessed, and Rumi listened attentively. Since I was little I like heroes and I always played at being one. My mother always told me that I would be the best hero. It was the first time he mentioned her, but now, time later, now more aware and mature about what the world is like, I really wonder if I have what it takes to be a hero. I finished confessing. Mirko understood that question. According to what Izuku knew, he lost his mother at a young age and was left alone at home. Besides, there would be no hero today who would not have questioned the same thing before starting his career. Were they really ready? Being a hero is not just popularity, money and parties. Of course for some, yes, but for those who really take the job they are aware that the lives of hundreds or thousands of people are in their hands. They have to handle that responsibility on a daily basis. Normally, she would have told him to give up, to leave everything if he wasn't sure because his insecurity could cost someone their life, but she had already seen him in action and knew that when it came to defending himself he was willing to give his own. If the USJ thing meant anything, she had seen that heroic spark that her former teacher and idol said she saw in herself, and she knew that her doubt was more about him for something else. Was he really ready to take on the responsibility? You will never know, the rabbit answered, calling the attention of the green-haired boy who saw him attentive. All the heroes were wondering the same thing as you. I didn't even know if I was ready the day I started, he admitted with some sadness and sarcasm. But you will never know until you try. You have to take a leap of faith. A leap of faith? Yes, that's just it, Izuku, a leap of faith, he replied. Izuku thought about what his friend said, and she was right. He wouldn't know if they were ready with an exam or a test. If he wanted to know, he had to try. The green-haired boy looked at his friend and gave her a smile that made her blush and her tail wag happily. Thank you, Rumi, he thanked. Mirko's heart stopped with the pure smile that Izuku gave her, apart from the fact that it was the first time he called her by her name, without honorifics and without her heroic alias. She tried to hide it by turning away and raising her lips. Legs on top of Izuku's and taking control to resume the movie. Yeah, whatever, he said, trying to control his blush. He simply resumed the movie and his night passed calmly. Time skip. The morning came. It was barely 8 a.m. when the door to Izuku's room opened, making the green-haired boy jump. Wake up, brat. Rumi entered dressed in her hero outfit, a frying pan in her right hand and a ladle in her left, hitting both. Ah, Rumi, Izuku jumped and sat on his bed. What's wrong? He shouted, asking. What happens is that your internship starts now. He shouted with enthusiasm, raising both hands while still holding the kitchen utensils. Rumi, Izuku called seriously, making his friend see him. I haven't even had breakfast. Rumi stopped dead and realized something. She didn't either. Well, prepare breakfast and then we'll start, he said and left with a small blush of embarrassment. Izuku just denied in amusement and began to prepare. Play. What are we doing here? Izuku asked. After his sudden awakening, Izuku prepared breakfast which Mirko gladly ate. He changed into his exercise clothes and they went for a run, this time taking a different route, and they ended up here, on a very appealing beach with one small detail: it was full of garbage. It will be your training, he responded with a smile. You will have to clean this beach. Izuku looked at her looking for a joke, but she seemed very convinced of what she was saying. You know that internships last a week, right? He asked, convinced that this was a joke. That's right, but since we live together you have all the time you want, even after the internship. She was aware that in a week the boy would have to go back to school, but her idea of Izuku being her coworker was standing, and for that I needed the green-haired man to be strong, very strong. Izuku sighed. Rumi was convinced and knew that when she got like this, it was useless to try to change her mind, so he simply started with his first training session. Time skip 1 week. Mirko had a déjà vu. He was again next to a stretcher looking at Izuku, who was again injured and with several bandages everywhere. The only positive side was that there were no broken bones like last time, although this time his anger was greater. The green-haired boy had faced none other than Stain, the famous hero killer. For some reason the boy had received a message from one of the boys from 1A who became his friend. Mirko had left him in the train that had arrived in the city, but as always the boy's heroic instinct made him move. She saw it all. She had arrived at the place by pure luck but decided to hide. See what the green-haired one was doing, saying that she managed to face the anti-hero together with Endeavor's son was incredible and only made her longing to have him for herself increase. It's sheet. The rabbit snorted, crossing her arms. I know, everything hurts, the green-haired man answered, looking at the white ceiling. I'm not talking about that. They took all the credit from you. She was angry. Her future coworker had done an excellent job in catching one of the most wanted criminals, and what did she receive? Only the thanks of the police chief and a few heroes who seemed happier that a student didn't receive more merit than themselves. Rumi, we already talked about this. With a sigh Izuku tried to cry out to his friend. And I already explained to you that it seems like sheet to me, the green-haired man just another sigh. As soon as he woke up in the hospital, he was visited by Nizu and the police chief only to be reproached and exempt from credit, giving it to Endeavor, who by the way was not at all happy with receiving a merit that he does not deserve. Obviously Mirko yelled and insulted them in many ways, but she calmed down when Izuku took her wrist. She didn't know why, but he thought he had relaxed her with his simple touch. Look on the bright side, we have 1 more month of internships. Izuku tried to calm the atmosphere. After all the accidents that the UA had as the issue of the reporters and the USJ, the school became the target of criticism from both parents and newspapers and newscasts, so the fact that several students were involved in a fight against the famous and dangerous killer of heroes would be the last straw for many parents who would try to change their children's schools. So it was made clear to the boys and heroes who witnessed the fight that the credit would be given to Endeavor, who was one of the spectator heroes as well as many others, while that the boys would be victims who had to be saved. Obviously they find the heroes in charge of Shoto, Izuku and Ida's internships, but Rumi wouldn't even care. It was just extra paperwork and a little less money. She kept thinking that Izuku did an incredible job and deserved a reward, and if they didn't give it to her she would. The memory that her favorite band Mustafa would visit came to her mind. She had planned to go with Ryuko but the dragon cancelled it. A couple of days because I had to do extra work with this League of Villains thing, so why not invite Izuku? You know what? If those idiots don't give you what you deserve, I will. Izuku got nervous. Maybe she would reveal the truth. Mirko had already threatened with that, but she only received a warning that if she did, she would be put in prison for divulge confidential information, as well as his quirk permit and heroin license would be revoked. Rumi, don't even think about it. Izuku tried to say something, but the heroine's phone landed in front of his eyes with an open email titled, Purchase Completed. What is this? She asked without knowing what her friend had done. If those idiots don't compensate you, I'll do it. We'll go to a concert, he exclaimed happily as he put away his phone. Izuku opened his eyes and a small smile adorned his face. Is it so important for her to make up for it? You don't have to do that, Rumi. She wanted to say that it wasn't necessary. She had already done enough for him by receiving him at her agency and moving in with him to take care of him, but her lips were silenced by the brunette's finger. Sure, don't say anything, Izuku. It's already decided and it's a date, he said without thinking. CI, appointment? Red asked. Mirko realized what she said. She wanted to say going out with friends, but something inside her felt uncomfortable with those words, and without thinking about it the word date came out of her mouth. Her appealing candy face was adorned with a pretty red tone that contrasted with her eyes and pretty white hair. No, not that kind of date, Baka, he scolded. trying to hide the nervousness that this confusion caused him. "I didn't say anything," Izuku claimed with his usual blush and nervousness. Rumi tried to say something, but the same nervousness that invaded Izuku invaded her when she noticed that the green-haired boy was right and she discovered herself. "Did I have work to do?" was the only thing she said before leaving, turning her back to Izuku, who would have noticed the rabbit's good figure if it weren't for her little tail, which was wagging to one side. To another out of control. Time skip 2 days later. Things had been calm. Izuku returned home the same day she and Mirko met for their date, which made them both nervous when the topic of the concert came up. Rumi gave Izuku a couple of days of rest, both from the Yutters and from his beach cleaning exercise. But today we will focus on Mitsuki, the appealing blonde woman who was sitting on the sofa in her living room, a beast with her typical clothing consisting of a lilac sweater covering her low-cut white tank top and her breathes. Although she was barefoot, she had her always faithful slippers on. One side in case he had to do something that involved getting up. He just got home from work a few hours ago, and he had to admit that his day couldn't be going better. He came home from work and took a relaxing hot bath in the tub with some music of his liking. After the bath, she changed into her comfortable clothes and made herself some lunch and tea to eat while watching TV, and all in the calm and relaxing silence of her home. With her husband at work and her son at his internship, Mitsuki felt more free to do whatever she wanted at home. She was even thinking about inviting her friends to spend the afternoon because her husband would not bother them by telling them to stop making noise, nor would Katsuki scare them by threatening them with his explosions. In the latest news, there was a train accident causing 3 cars to be about to derail, endangering all the people inside as well as people in the vicinity. Luckily, the top heroine Mirko, proclaimed the strongest woman from Japan, intervened in time, but surprisingly acted with a young hero who calls himself Negative. Both stopped the train and saved all the people. In the subsequent interview, the rabbit heroine stated that said applicant was her new partner and temporary pupil who was studying at the UA. Mitsuki paused the news, incredulous at what she had just heard. She stopped for a second to think. She already knew that Mirko was the bodyguard of her cute Izuchan. She also knew that they both lived together because the rabbit mentioned it in their first meeting inside the UA infirmary. The rabbit's now proclaimed companion called himself Negative, and gave off a dark aura that was very familiar. Everything she thought about pointed to one thing: her self-proclaimed son is the rabbit's new companion, and even better, he is a hero in training. A feeling of pride settled in her just as a cute smile adorned her face. She unconsciously turned to a photo frame that framed a photo of her and Inko, both dressed elegantly because it was Christmas. "I did it, Inko." Our Izuku achieved his goal, was the only thing he thought before looking at the TV to resume the news and listen to how the reporters spoke wonders of the work done by the rabbit and the green-haired boy. One way or another, she knew that Rumi not only wanted Izuku as a work partner, something told her that deep inside the rabbit there was a more sentimental attraction towards Izuku, but she would not say anything. It was not her duty to interfere in the rabbit feelings. Casa Midoriya. Once again, the main door of Izuku's cozy house was opened, revealing Mirko and Izuku entering with their hero costume, looking quite tired. "I'm dying," the brunette complained as she fell on the couch. "Me too," the green-haired man imitated, sharing the fatigue of his friend and temporary companion. Since the day began, they were both very busy with their affairs. They began with Izuku's training, which was very tiring for the green-haired boy, but Rumi didn't just watch. While the green-haired boy cleaned the beach, she did her own exercise routine. Then they returned to the house to get ready and dressed in their suits, eat something, and then retire to patrol with their respective lunches prepared by Izuku. 7 hours of continuous patrolling, stopping and beating criminals and villains alike. Only this particular day was more tiring as a villain tried to escape through a sewer, leading to Izuku and Mirko having to chase him through the sewers flooded with bad smell and waste. Organic. Izuku didn't have it so bad. His suit had a muzzle that acted as a respiratory mask in case he faced similar cases. His suit was also made of a waterproof material which made liquids slide without retaining anything, and a hat that protects you from filling your hair. Mirko, on the other hand, did not. His revealing outfit made his legs full of debris. His socks even absorbed some cloudy oil, and what can we say about his white hair, which had a small green and brown tone in some parts? "You have to make me a new suit," said the rabbit woman with a certain irritation in her words. He asked in surprise. Making plans for costumes for heroes was one thing because they were just ideas, and although Midnight and some of the A-class had chosen to make their ideas come true, he was sure that in the future their costumes would be redesigned. But another thing is that a pro-hero would exclusively ask him to design something for him, even if it was someone like Rumi. Is there anyone else here? She asked rhetorically, sighed and reformulated her rude response because Izuku did not deserve to be spoken to like that. He was the only man who did not look at her with morbidity and lust, and moreover, she considered him her best friend. You are the only one I know who can make a reliable support team. The other idiots could put me in a bikini and make up any dumb thing to justify it. I meant it as a joke, but it was an anecdote. Okay, I'll make a suit for you. He happily accepted, knowing that the rabbit had so much trust in him. I also need to go to a stylist, he admitted in a low but perfectly audible voice while holding a strand of hair in his hand. She loved her long white hair. In fact, it was a part of her that she loved the most apart from her tons and firm legs. But she had to admit that Ryuko was right, having short hair was more practical for a heroine though. It's not that you tie it in a ponytail or comb your hair very well, in case it wasn't her. I could cut it. Rumi looked directly into Izuku's eyes. Well, only if you want, he said nervously because of the intimidating look in his gaze. Rumi thought about it for a second. Normally she would go with an expert because, as I said before, her hair was precious to her, but remembering how Izuku had changed the look of the rocker girl from Class A and she had received many compliments made her consider her. He offered. He still had nothing to lose. If he did a good job she would thank him, and if he did a bad job she would just break his legs. It made sense to her. Alright. Minutes later. So how do you want it? Asked a blushing Izuku, trying to ignore the fact that Mirko was only using a towel that was wrapped around his body. Short, but make it look good, was her response. She didn't usually go to the stylist because she liked to have her hair long and loose. The most she did was highlight it, and that's it. That it's okay, Izuku responded and began to comb her hair with the intention of sectioning her hair to make the task easier. Mirko knew the reaction she had in Izuku. The fact that her mature and CC body was only covered by a towel made him nervous, and although she didn't admit it out loud, she liked that reaction from Izuku, knowing that he could wearing underwear around the house and having the green-haired boy see her attractive without trying anything perverted gave her that security and satisfaction with herself. But she had never looked for that feeling from a man, she had never looked for the attention of one in her life. In fact, she had never thought about a man beyond a professional relationship like the one she had with Hawks, within work. They were colleagues, but outside they were strangers. But with Izuku it was different. While with other men she got angry when they saw her for longer than necessary, with Izuku she felt flattered and even nervous. When he smiled at her she blushed, and when he acted sweetly she was happy to the point that her tail was wagging uncontrollably. She even felt uncomfortable when the green-haired boy interacted with Midnight, the girls from Class A, or the new fans of Negative, the heroic alias by Izuku. She had her eye on him as a possible apprentice, henchman or partner because his wild and rough fighting style captivated her, but what if they didn't just captivate her that way? She had to admit, his cute way of being, so kind, respectful and polite, his heroic sense of responsibility, and she even admitted that he is cute, and his cooking skills and his well-built body made her think of him as the ideal man for women. That included her. Ready? Mirko came to, shaking his head a little to get rid of those confusing thoughts. Rumi looked in the mirror and was surprised by the result. She was delighted with the result. Although it was not the work of an expert, she had to admit that it gave it a certain original and CC touch that she liked. Both the size and the touch of longer locks than others gave it that youthful touch that made her look like a girl of barely 20 years old instead of 24 as she was currently. So, the green-haired boy asked nervously. The last thing he wanted was for his friend to get angry with him for ruining his signing. It's .perfect, he admitted in amazement. I'm glad you like it, he said sincerely. When you want to cut in the future, don't hesitate to ask me. Mirko looked at him carefully through the mirror. He didn't know if he had won the lottery with this boy or something better. The simplicity of his words meant more than a timely favor like cutting his hair. The boy was already convinced that in the future both she and him would continue to be in contact regularly, and he liked that. Seeing that their friendship was an important part of their future brought him a certain feeling of comfort that he liked. although the fact that it was a friendship only left him with that bittersweet taste that he didn't know why he had it. Well done, brat. Now come out because I'm going to take a bath. Unless you want to accompany me, he said mockingly, although behind there was a flirtatious tone. I don't know, I'm leaving. He ran out and closed the door behind him, leaving Rumi laughing at the satisfactory reaction he had. She had never acted like this. Her flirtatious and cheeky way was only used when she was with her friends, more specifically Midnight and a lady, from whom she learned. But it was still the first time she revealed it to a friend, and therefore for some reason she was tempted to do it with Izuku. She just hoped he didn't believe it was real. Or maybe she did. At night, the silence accompanied by darkness flooded, as did the cold. Winter was beginning, and that was a problem for some with animal mutation quirk, like a certain rabbit who was under 3 blankets shivering with a face of pure anger. Although she did not have the hibernation problem that many other people had, the cold did have an effect on her, and it was very bad, especially at the beginning because that was when the change in temperature was most noticeable, and that was very uncomfortable for her. Ugh, why didn't I warn myself, she complained to herself. Normally she would have her room prepared with air conditioning and special blankets, but when she moved in with Izuku she only took what was necessary for 1 or 2 weeks, but apparently this was caregiver spread. Mirko's mind was filled with thousands of ideas to counteract his cold. Maybe more blankets? No, it didn't seem to work. Maybe install an air conditioner? It would be a good idea, but it would take a while to install, and besides, he wouldn't worry. For the electricity bill, the UA. He offered to pay all the bills while Rumi was at Yusuke's house. Body heat. She remembered what her mother had said years ago when she was little and had the same problem. Her mother fell asleep hugging her, providing her with that maternal warmth that let her sleep without problem. The problem was that her mother was not there, and neither was one of her trusted friends who would understand the situation and help her. There was only Izuku, the cute little Izuku, asleep alone a few meters from her. Just thinking about having to ask him for something as embarrassing as sleeping with him without being more than friends made her nervous. She knew he would accept because his heroic instinct and kindness would force him to help, and she was sure he wouldn't try. Nothing I didn't want. So resigned she got up and took her pillow and left her room. Toc toc. A couple of knocks on the door interrupted the green-haired man's sleep, and he woke up and gave the pass. Rumi? I asked confused. It was 12 a.m. and tomorrow they had their internship routine. Is something wrong? Well, she didn't know how to say what she had to ask. It was totally justified, but she still felt nervous saying it. I have a problem with the cold and I was wondering if could sit. Izuku opened his eyes and blushed a little. Mirko herself, the strongest woman in Japan, was asking him to sleep in the same bed with him, although he understood why her problem with the cold did not stop him from getting nervous. But upon seeing her better, he saw that she was the same. She had her pillow under her arm while she stretched out her pajama shirt with her hands and played with her toes. All of this added to the fresh haircut that the green-haired boy gave her made her look like a little girl asking her parents if she could sleep with them because of a nightmare. Sure, was her simple response, giving a smile that made the embarrassed heroine blush even more. Izuku moved to the side, leaving a wide space so that the rabbit could be comfortable. Both were looking at the ceiling not knowing what to say. The only contact between their bodies was shoulder to shoulder. Well, good night, said the rabbit, still restless, waiting for Izuku to fall asleep to make the atmosphere more pleasant. Some tender snoring was his response, implying that the green-haired man had already fallen asleep. Mirko turned to look at him and noticed how his features seemed more relaxed, giving him a more tender touch. Without thinking, she rested her head on his shoulder and slowly closed her eyes. Being claimed by sleep. Good night, Izuku, calling him for the first time in an affectionate way. The rabbit fell asleep pleasantly, receiving the body heat that the green-haired boy emanated. The next day, baby, the alarm rang in the green-haired boy's room, causing a certain rabbit heroine to open her eyes slowly because the dim light of the cloudy day made them burn slightly. Ag, this is sheet. Taking his hand out of the blanket that covered her completely up to her head, Mirko turned off the alarm clock and placed her head back where it had been before. But it wasn't her pillow. It was harder but warmer at the same time. There was also that hypnotic pumping sound that relaxed her and that hypnotizing rhythm of coming and going. Turning up she could see Izuku asleep. Immediately the memories of why he was here they reached her head and she realized the position she was in, Izuku lying on his back while she was on top of him curled up against his ear. They were both covered although the blanket only reached Izuku's ear when it covered Mirko completely, and Izuku held her waist, holding her tightly against him. She wanted to go to her room or the bathroom to take a shower or anywhere as long as Izuku didn't wake up and see her like this, but her body didn't move. The heat she received was so intoxicating that she inconsistently gave a small yawn. And little by little her head returned to Izuku's ear where she began to close her eyes once again, already resigned. Hours later. It was uncomfortable. Rumi was sitting at the table waiting for the breakfast that Izuku was preparing while her mind replayed the moment she woke up. Izuku and her woke up at the same time. They both blushed so much that they created a somewhat awkward silence, but Izuku acted as if nothing was going to happen and just gave her a smile and started with his routine while Rumi was nervous a lot about the situation. But internally he was grateful that Izuku didn't say anything, although that gave him a feeling of sadness because he hoped that at least he would say something. Here's breakfast, a bowl of strawberry ice cream topped with frozen fruits and dried bananas. Thank you, Rumi thanked and began to eat, once again delighting in the delicious deuno that I prepared for him. They both ate in comfortable silence despite the quick glances Rumi gave Izuku. By the way, Izuku began, breaking the silence, what happened today? It will not be repeated again, he interrupted with shame and a blush. Izuku, I don't know if he would object because at the end of the day that was the rabbit's problem and therefore his decision. He wouldn't deny that it felt very like sleeping with her, and the fact that the rabbit no longer wanted to sleep with him hurt him. I was just going to say that. I like me, he said in a whisper but audible enough for the rabbit to hear. Once again she blushed, not because of the shame of having done something, but because of knowing that Izuku shared her comfort by sleeping next to her. Her heart began to beat and her tail shook from side to side fiercely. She didn't know what to say. It was clear that she also liked it, or at least she herself admitted it to her interiors. It had been years since she had slept so well and so warmly, although she slept with air conditioning and special meals that made her stay calm. Heat was definitely not the same. When she snuggled up to Izuku she again felt that feeling of security that she had in the USJ when he defended her from the Nomu, and she also felt that comfort and affection that she felt when she slept with her mother as a child. The air conditioning will take a while to arrive, she said without knowing why she was saying this, but something inside her screamed for it. Maybe. I'll need your help. Like Rumi, her heart began to pump faster. An almost non-existent smile appeared on her lips and her posture improved, showing that she liked the answer, which was noticed by the rabbit, who had the same reaction, only her little tail gave her away much more. Home Bakugo. It was approximately 10 p.m. Izuku, Rumi and Mitsuki were at the dining table sharing the delicious dinner made by Mitsuki. Rumi had to admit that Izuku's food was better, but that did not take away from the great homemade taste of the food. From Mitsuki that gave her points, apart from the fact that it was 1,000 times better than what she cooked herself. I like your cut, Mitsuki said, starting the conversation. Thank you, I loved it too, he said confidently, looking askance at Izuku. You have to recommend me to your stylist, his way of cutting your hair is unique, I admit, making the freckled man blush. Of course, it's actually here. The brunette put an arm behind Izuku and brought her closer. Since that favor that Mirko asked Izuku, their relationship has been on the rise, after sharing something as NTMT as the bed. Even if it was just sleeping, they had had an excessively trusting approach. Now the rabbit woman was freer with Izuku. When they watch movies she uses Izuku's lap to lie down. When she is tired she jumps on Izuku's sword without warning and orders him that burdens her, and it even seems that she became addicted to sleeping with him, in the good sense of the word. Really, Izu-chan cut your hair? Asked the blonde, surprised by the recent skill of her self-proclaimed son. Yes, Izu-chan has skill with her hands, he said with a mocking laugh, making Izuku blush. And how was your day, Aunt Mitsuki? Trying to change the subject so that Rumi would stop bothering him, Izuku asked Mother Bakugo while eating from her plate. Well, Izu-chan, in fact I feel calmer these days, I comment with a genuine smile. Izuku smiled when he saw that Mitsuki was really having a good time at home. It is true that since Rumi moved in with him his visits were no longer frequent, once or twice a week when before it was practically daily, and that worried him. He knew that his home was not a place where she could be related, and that made him feel bad, but at least he knew that now there was no problem. "And how are you doing?" he asked with a playful smile as if he was trying to imply something. "Very good, your cute Izuchan is a great home companion," Rumi commented with great pride, embarrassing Izuku a little. "I'm glad to hear that. Knowing that my baby is a pleasant company for a lady makes me happy." There were few times that she used the word baby to refer to Izuku, but anyone who knew their history would understand why. Since he was little, Mitsuki had taken care of Izuku, either when Inko had something pending or even when she left the country to visit her husband and Izuku's father. For his part, Izuku blushed a lot, not because of being called baby. He was already used to the affectionate nicknames that the blonde mother had for him. His embarrassment was more towards the presence of Mirko, who seemed to contain her laughter at the moment. "See him so nervous." "Well, this baby is very attentive to this bunny," I commented with mockery. Mitsuki looked very satisfied at the third part between the green-haired man and the brunette. Something inside her told her that not only did they have a very strong friendship, perhaps little by little it was becoming something else. One day later. "Rumi, we're late," Izuku shouted from the door. It was the big day, the day they would both go on their date. Izuku was already at the door waiting for his rabbit friend. He was dressed casually, his iconic red sneakers, black breathes, and a red shirt along with a black jacket. To say that he was nervous was an understatement. It was the first time he had gone out on a date, if that counted. Many times before girls had invited him to go out, go to the park or go to a party together, but he had never accepted because he just didn't look like he wanted to, and I didn't want to waste the girl's time either. "I'm ready." Mirko jumped down the stairs and landed with his hands raised, showing his outfit for the concert. Izuku remained static, looking at Rumi attentively. A beast with altucher breathes very close to his butt in jeans, a white shirt with a V-neck showing some cleavage, and a black altucher jacket apart from high brown boots. "How much do you see me?" she asked nervously before the teenager's attentive gaze. Despite her nervousness, the rabbit felt flattered and pleased with the green-haired boy's gaze. "Peeling," I answered, still in shock without realizing it. Rumi blushed at the compliment, but she felt great. She normally didn't take long to get ready to go out, although if she cares about her image it never took more than 30 minutes to get ready, but for some reason she felt obligated to look good. Not to go out, not to attract the attention of a man, but to attract Izuku's gaze. He did not want any woman to notice his companion, and he did not know why. "You don't look bad, Izuku." He appeared disinterested, but his blush was clear, as was his moving tail and his foot that tapped the ground with enthusiasm. "Shall we go?" he asked, offering his arm, which Rumi gladly accepted and hooked her arms around his. Walking through the streets, the couple received many looks, either because they recognized the heroine or just because it was unusual to see a rabbit girl dating a broccoli boy. Some others because of the woman's appealing and CC figure, and others because attractive that Izuku looked. But they didn't care. They were so immersed in their conversation that neither of them looked away from the other's eyes. Green and red were looking at each other with a unique shine in their words. Without a doubt, they would both have a good time. Concert. Izuku had never been to a concert, either due to lack of interest or simply not feeling like it, but whenever he saw other people's posts showing the huge stages and the thousands of people present, he imagined that it was a lot of chaos. But the truth was different. The place was not too big. There were at least 2,000 people, but it was nothing compared to what he thought. "Let's have fun," the rabbit shouted and ran towards the audience while taking the freckled man's hand. "Wait, Ru." He didn't finish saying because he was pulled. Minutes later, both were near a stall that sold drinks, both alcoholic and soft drinks and non-alcoholic cocktails. Both protagonists were sitting talking, waiting for the concert to start. "What do you think of the place?" Mirko asked before adding a tree to his beer. She knew that Izuku did not frequently go out to have fun. "It's smaller than I thought," I answer honestly. "It is logical. This concert is more exclusive. The truth is that with everything about the League of Villains, companies and the government were strictly prohibited from gathering people en masse, all to avoid problems. That is why the event sponsoring companies could only offer a small place compared to what it should be." "And how is the air conditioning?" Izuku asked, making Rumi choke on the question. "This one. Well, it shouldn't take long to arrive," I really didn't know how to tell him that I cancelled the purchase because it was more comfortable to sleep with him. How are you? Japan. The loud noise of the microphone caught the attention of all the stragglers who were buying drinks and so on and invited them to come closer. It's time, Rumi said with an anxious smile and took Izuku's hand again to enter the crowd and go to the front. We are sorry for the wait, but we are already starting with this night of fun. Izuku was shocked. He didn't know what band the concert was about, but now he knew it was from one of his favorite bands. He could only start singing along with Rumi. Here we go, here we go. It's about time that we set it off. Here we go, here we go. Red lights, I could never stop. They both sang, moving to the rhythm of the music while raising their drinks. A dreamer with the fever to be great was all I ever want. Was all I ever wanted. A fighter with the fever for the fame was all I ever want. Was all I ever wanted. Got me singing like, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Let's fire the weapon. Bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Won't stop till we're legend. Both were already jumping, screaming at the top of their lungs as they shared glances and then looked at the band again and continued singing and feeling free. Won't stop till we're legend. Here we go, here we go. It's my turn to make history. Here we go, here we go. When I'm gone they'll remember me. A dreamer with the fever to be great was all I ever want. Was all I ever wanted. A fighter with the fever for the fame was all I ever want. Was all I ever wanted. Got me singing like, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Let's fire the weapon. Bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Won't stop till we're legend. Rumi didn't know when was the last time she had fun like this. Being a heroine was a 24/7 job. Even if she was on break she had the obligation to act if required, so much paperwork and fights that although they were entertaining, practically the best part of the job was still they were tired, but now he was here, singing at the top of his lungs while they both used their beer glass as a microphone. The boy made Asia feel so comfortable at all times, when they talk, when they watch movies, when they patrol or train or when both they sleep together, embraced. It was an unbeatable feeling for her. Won't stop till we're legend. BLD sweat I'll break my bones. Till all my scars bleed golden. My name's forever known. Oh. BLD sweat I'll break my bones. Till all my scars bleed golden. My name's forever known. Oh. BLD sweat I'll break my bones, bang bang. Till all my scars bleed golden. My name's forever known. Bang bang, won't stop till we're legend. Bang bang, won't stop till we're legend. Won't stop till we're legend. Izuku didn't know when, but now he was holding the rabbit while she sang and raised her arms. He really liked spending time with her. In fact, it was practically his hobby now, patrolling, talking, or watching a simple movie, it didn't matter to him. Just being with her was enough. Time skip. The sound of the door echoed once again in the Midoriya house. When it opened it was possible to see an Izuku acting as a horse to a Mirko singing with a glass of beer. It's not just a show, I need you to know. I'm trying to keep it real. Sometimes it's complicated, she sang melodiously. Izuku had to admit that her voice is appealing. Come on Izuku-kun, sing with me. The rabbit ordered, moving her drink, pretending to be drunk only for Izuku to carry her. Her rabbit quirk actually made her metabolism faster, causing her to have to take 10 times more than she had just to start getting dizzy. I think you should go down, we're already there. I try to reason, amused by the girl's childish attitude. NOP, take me to bed. Mirko hugged Izuku more with the intention of not letting go, but he didn't notice that his movement caused both of them to fall silent. Fortunately Izuku managed to turn around and fall on his back, but that left them in a somewhat soise. Both were centimeters away, feeling their warm breath against each other. Both wanted to separate and apologize, blushing, but something didn't let them, if not quite the opposite. They both approached until they collided their lips in a small embrace, tender and innocent, but an embrace after all. They didn't know why, their minds screamed at them to separate, but their hearts told them to continue. They were nothing more than friends who spent a lot of time together, lived together, worked together and slept together. They were almost like a couple. Then they understood it. Although they both loved each other, they had already passed that affection of friendship between them. At some point they both began to have mutual feelings towards each other. They separated, leaving a thread of saliva still joining their lips, both blushing and embarrassed, but they couldn't stop seeing each other. They didn't move for a minute and just looked at each other. It's a good time to tell you to cancel the air conditioning so I can sleep with you, Mirko whispered, blushing as she continued looking at those green eyes that were now driving her crazy. An appreciative smile appeared on both faces and they joined their lips again in a now more passionate embrace. I think it was an opportune moment, he responded and embraced her again. As best he could, Izuku lifted her up princess style and they both went up the stairs sharing embraces. They weren't a couple yet, that was clear, but who said they couldn't enjoy their closeness? I've already seen one together. Cafeteria. Ryuko Tatsuma, also known as the dragon heroine Ryukyu, the current occupant of the 10th place in the top, who knows her knows that she normally maintains a serious, professional and elegant attitude, but right now she was totally out of it. What her rabbit friend I was telling her was something totally unexpected, especially from her. Are you dating a teenager? The blonde asked, staring at her friend. It's not that she was surprised by the fact that Rumi had a suitor. In fact, she had to admit that any man would ask to fall in love with her. She is pretty, has an enviable body, a great heroine and someone who is undoubtedly very CC. The only thing she had against him is his muscular body and his strong character. The fact that a woman surpasses a man was not always attractive. The surprising thing was that she admitted that she was attracted to someone, and most shocking of all, to a teenager. Not something like that, the rabbit responded a little blushing, which surprised Ryuko even more. Company. How did it happen? Asked the dragon, now invaded by curiosity. Mirko was someone who was demanding when it came to men. Very few were the ones that caught his attention, and none lasted more than 2 months. Mirko told her everything she experienced with Izuku, from their first meeting in Class 1A training until their last meeting this morning. Ryuko was quite amazed and moved by the story, how Rumi unconsciously fell in love. From a green-haired boy who was too attentive to her, but it was certainly unexpected to hear that the teenager was not a pervert or hormonal, nor does it mean classifying all men like that, but a teenager used to have those problems because the age. And when we got to his house, well, we both fell and they embraced. The dragon finished, receiving a yes from her friend. Well, for embrace I don't think anything will happen, she answered. Rumi remained silent and her blush became more prominent as she looked away. Many memories of her and Izuku sharing a quality time came to her mind, which really was her and them embracing in many places. When she woke up it gave her an embrace to Izuku so that he would also get up. When she came down after showering and saw Izuku in the kitchen she would reach out and claim his lips, or at night before going to sleep they would share a small embracing session. It wasn't just one, right? Ryuko asked, noticing her friend's blush. No, was his simple response, making Ryuko giggle. It's not funny. She scolded, embarrassed. I'm sorry then? Who will take the first step? He asked with a mischievous look. What do you mean? I asked, not understanding. Please, you already embrace, sleep and live together. The only difference between you and a normal couple is a question. Rumi remained silent. It was true. The only thing that differentiated their relationship from any other was a simple question, whether cast for him or her. You're right, he admitted with a slight blush. For her part Ryuko smiled satisfied. I can't believe that the great Mirko would shut up in front of a teenager, I commented playfully. Be quiet, she shouted, blushing. And so began a series of taunts from the dragon towards the rabbit, who only blushed, but the reality is that deep down she liked being teased with Izuku. Home Midoriya. Mitsuki-oka-san, I can't breathe, Izuku complained, waving his arms, and Mitsuki stopped hugging him. Sorry, but my baby is already a man, she said with fake tears. Izuku had asked him to come home to talk about an important topic, and to his surprise his talk was about the peculiar relationship he now has with the rabbit. I knew it would happen, he admitted, more relaxed as he took a sip of the tea that Izuku gave him previously. What are you talking about? I asked, intrigued and bewildered. Please, Izu-chan, it was obvious that they both had that attraction for each other, the way they look at each other, the way they coexist, the trust they developed and the way they both feel when they are with each other. A mother, you know when your baby falls in love. Izuku had to admit that he was right, and it also scared him a little. At first she and he interacted very little and only what was necessary, but as time passed they both gained more trust. It is true that neither of them ever told each other secrets or talked about the past, but without a doubt they both enjoyed each other's company. "And what will you do?" the woman asked, looking at how Izuku's gaze was lost. "Do with what?" Maybe it was because his thoughts predominated over the talk, but he didn't really understand the question. "Hey, will you take the first step? Or well, in that case it would be the last because you already did everything else, or almost everything," he said in a flirtatious and mocking tone, making Izuku blush when he understood what he was referring to. "Oh, Oka-san," he shouted, blushing. I'm sorry, but I can't help but bother you. You look very cute," blushing, he said and took another sip of his tea. "Where is Rumi now?" It was strange that the rabbit was not at home with Izuku, and at no time did he see her. "Well, she has a lot of work with this League of Villains. My internship ended yesterday, so today is my day off and tomorrow I will return to the U." Izuku responded by taking the first sip of lemon tea. The talk continued pleasantly. Mitsuki gave him advice on how to deal with a strong-willed woman, and sometimes you said things that made Izuku blush. Obviously the appealing woman Bakugo took the opportunity to have that talk with Izuku. He now had a woman adult as a couple or something. At night, Rumi didn't know why, but today work seemed to be more annoying, and the worst thing was that he didn't really do anything, a little fighting and the occasional villain, but he felt like something was missing, like someone was missing him. Will be missing. Upon entering what was now his home, he was surprised to see all the lights off, except for the one in the dining room, where a plate covered with aluminum foil rested. It was strange to enter without the usual smell of Izuku's food, but when she realized the time she knew why. It was almost 1 a.m. Izuku must have been waiting for her for dinner, but when she didn't arrive he decided to sleep. She sat in the dining room and removed the aluminum layer that protected the temperature of her food, katsudon. She smiled amused at this because she knew how much the green-haired boy loved katsudon. It was an addiction. Before starting to eat, she took out her phone and turned it on. She usually turned it off when she worked because she didn't like receiving calls or messages that distracted her. As soon as the phone turned on completely, an endless number of notifications came to him, all calls and messages from Izuku. "Where are you? Are you there yet? I'm waiting for you with dinner," followed by a photo of him next to 2 plates of katsudon. "Are you okay? Do you want me to come pick you up at your agency?" Those many more messages appeared in her conversation. There were even threats to call the police if she didn't answer. Her heart filled with warmth when she saw the concern. She had doubts if Izuku loved her like she loved him. Maybe she doesn't say it out loud, but she is afraid that for Izuku it is just a game of embraces and caresses. But with these messages left his concern for her warm, as well as leaving dinner for her. When she finished her meal, she picked up the table and went upstairs. When she opened the door she could see him, how his face looked so peaceful while he was sleeping. She approached him while she took off her uniform. She sat on the bed so she could take off her boots. Toe-foot shape. But she shuddered when she felt a group of arms wrap around her back and hug her stomach. "Hello," he whispered as he leaned on the rabbit's shoulder. "Hello, you weren't asleep?" I whisper anyway. "Yes, but I was waiting for you." He lifted his shoulder and stole an embrace from the rabbit, which reciprocated. Rumi turned around and wrapped her arms around Izuku's neck. The green-haired boy used a little force and brought her with him, both of them hugging the brunette on top of the green-haired boy. The night continued between embraces and a little clumsy touching between them. Neither wanted to go further because neither felt ready yet, and they repeated themselves. That night something became clear to both of them. Without a doubt they were in love. They didn't know how long, but it only took a little push to reveal those feelings. They both agreed on something. There was no need to formalize things. Of course at some point they would like to make their thing official, but they were both comfortable like this, being a kind of friends with benefits but deeper, more romantic. There was no need to complicate things. When they both feel ready they will take the initiative. Home Midoriya. It was Sunday, the last day before returning to the UA. No doubt many things had happened, but right now a new one was beginning. Outside Izuku's nice house there was a moving truck with its back open. The neighbors looked interested at what was happening because none of them expected anyone new in the neighborhood, mostly because all the houses were occupied and the area, although quiet, was a little far from the city, and that was not very attractive to people. But they were surprised when they saw their young neighbor Izuku lowering several boxes along with the brunette girl with white hair and some rabbit-like features who had been in the neighborhood a couple of months ago. It wasn't strange for people to see the rabbit around the neighborhood. They didn't know why, but Rumi seemed to visit Izuku a lot. It was practically as if they lived together, or at least that's what they know. This is the last one, Izuku said, lowering a box into the living room of his home. Mirko was leaving a couple of bags on the table. Thank you for helping me. He thanked me as he approached and placed a small embrace on his lips and wrapped his arms around his neck. Are you sure this isn't hasty? The green-haired man asked as he hugged her by the waist and hugged her to his body. Rumi thought it was tender and cute to see how Izuku asked her if she was sure about moving in with him. It was as if he wanted her to feel obligated or pressured into something, but at the same time it was a little annoying because it was as if Izuku was crying. That she would let herself. If she didn't want something she simply wouldn't do it, and if they tried to force her she would beat them to death. I already told you that, yes, he said and gave him a soft embrace again. It was a game that became common. They were not a couple yet and that was clear, but they both knew that there was no need to formalize things and simply enjoy a part. We've already been living together for quite some time. Another thing that was true. I know, but it's not the same. Izuku was aware that Rumi would have to leave at some point even if he didn't want to, but now she was making the decision to live with him. From now on this would no longer be just her home, if not theirs. Of course, yes. Only now I will never leave, he said and hugged Izuku, placing his head on his knee and cherishing the hug. She was wearing a fairly warm coat, but even so the cold of autumn, almost winter, was noticeable. But when she hugs Izuku or hurts with him, things change. It is as if the cold existed, as if it could be below 0 degrees. Without problems as long as Izuku hugged her and it was something she liked. I like that, I respond, tightening her hug and bringing my head with hers. They stayed like that for a couple of minutes. It was really comforting for both of them. They were both people who had no love, they had no partner, their life was mostly lonely and routine, and although Izuku had Mitsuki it was not the same type of love. But that didn't matter. Rumi never thought she would find love in a teenager, but here she was, sharing a romance with one, and now she was moving into the aforementioned's own house. They looked like a couple of newlyweds who had just bought a house to make their life. Just married. She blushed strong when she thought about that. Luckily she was still in the hug with Izuku and he didn't notice it, but the truth is that it wasn't shame, it was excitement? Who knows, maybe once in a while a future, if things continue just as well, she can talk to the same green-haired man who now shared a warm hug. Knock knock knock. A voice familiar to both of them sounded from the door frame, which was open. Mitsuki Okasan. Izuku said and went to hug his mother. Hello my boy, the blonde said, greeting and pulling him into a loving hug. Mitsuki, the rabbit greeted with a small growl. It's not that she didn't like the blonde. In fact they became very good friends. She just didn't like that Izuku stopped hugging her, which was noticed by the blonde. Hello rabbit, he greeted and playfully stuck out his tongue as he tightened the hug with Izuku, which made a small growl come out of her. Finally putting the hug aside, Mitsuki took a seat and looked at the unofficial couple with a playful smile. So, have you made it official yet? She asked, waiting for a response from either of them. She already knew that they both had a kind of unofficial courtship, but since Rumi had now moved in with Izuku, she believed that the relationship had finally been established. Well still, no, not yet, Izuku responded nervously. It's not that he was uncomfortable talking about it, but he felt a little pressure. We're fine the way we are, Mirko responded while claiming Izuku's lap as her personal seat. Izuku just wrapped his arms around her from behind. Mitsuki, uncle, pleased with the answer. The truth is that he did not understand relationships today. In his time things were similar to someone declaring their love for another person and thus starting a relationship. If it worked things were for a long time, but if not, they just left it. But remember that he has to make it official soon. I doubt you want legal problems. That was his real objective. He did not want to pressure his beloved Izuchan or Rumi, but this was something serious. Both Rumi and Izuku sighed a little heavily. It was a topic they had not addressed and it was quite delicate. Some time ago several laws had been approved based on the appearance of quirks. Among many laws a law appeared that allowed a relationship between a minor and an adult, as long as everything is consented by both and they are not under the control of no drags or a quirk. You still have time to think about it, but the faster the better, advised the blonde woman. Nowadays there were very few cases of that type. Not many people found the idea of dating someone older than them attractive, and while Izuku is almost an adult and Rumi was only 24 years old, the problem was that all the cases they had to be made public to avoid any misunderstanding, and the fact that the heroine Mirko was involved in something like that would be news that would not be forgotten for a long time. Yes, I guess we have to do it, Rumi answered. It's not that she would mind if her relationship with Izuku became public. For her that would be the best because then the beaches would get away from what belonged to her, but she didn't want to deal with all of them either. The sheet that goes into doing the whole process, that included having to stop being a hero for a while, a short time, but it would be time without kicking butt. The afternoon continued to be pleasant. They decided to leave that talk for later and began to talk about anything. Hours later Mitsuki had to leave, leaving the unofficial couple with their affairs. Izuku was lying on the couch watching television. Mirko for his part was in the kitchen. Yes, the greatest, strongest woman in Japan was trying to cook some katsudon. Izuku had offered to cook the food but this time Rumi took control. She wanted to at least make food every day. Now they were a couple, not official, but a couple nonetheless, and she didn't like the idea of Izuku doing everything. Ag! An annoyed roar was heard from the kitchen. Izuku just smiled amused and stopped to see how Hiba was treating his cute bunny. Upon entering the kitchen he could see Mirko in front of the stove. He was wearing a somewhat worn-out white shirt and some tight-fitting jean shorts, and he was unkempt. "How are you going with that?" he asked delicately, trying not to increase his chocolate bunny's frustration. "Bad, I just can't cut the vegetables well, they are too strong and some strokes come out bigger than others," I answered with a pout. Izuku couldn't resist seeing the rabbit's cute face and gave her a tender embrace, the same as Rumi. "I return with pleasure." "Let me show you," he responded and took the heroine's hands. "No, she already told you that I will make the food," she responded quite firmly, "no matter how many times she will burn the food." Wanted to give him back a little of the delicacies that Izuku prepared for her. "I said teach you, don't do it myself," he answered and attracted her, put her in front of him and gently took her hands. He began to move them as if she were a puppet. Rumi just smiled, amused and touched by the appealing act of her broccoli. She was sure that other men would have been there and ordered something like pizza, but Izuku didn't. He prefers to help her so she doesn't get frustrated. Besides, she liked the delicacy with which he held her hands. She could be the best heroine in the top, the strongest woman in Japan, a professional heroine, and yet Izuku would treat her like a lady, no matter how many muscles she had, for IzukuxRumi was the most appealing and delicate woman in the world, and he would treat her as she deserved. Rumi simply leaned on her green-haired boy's shoulder and enjoyed the contact between them. The warmth that Izuku emanated reminded her of when her mother hugged her. Her mother, a topic she had to deal with before the legal problem, but I would do that another time. Now I just wanted to enjoy this time with my broccoli. The next day Yue. Again that feeling of nerves flooded him, and again he didn't know why. Izuku walked through the hallways with Rumi by his side. It was his first day in the 1A hero class. Well, not technically, but it was his first day as a student in the heroic course. "Calm down, okay, I was nervous just seeing you," Rumi said, somewhat tired of seeing how Izuku was almost hyperventilating with nerves. "I don't understand why you get like that, you already know them all." It was true and Izuku knew it. When he was designing his support team he had spoken with several of them. The ones he got along with best were the girl Yaoyorozu and her friend Kyoka, but it was not the same. Now they would be companions and, if everything worked out well, in the future they would be comrade heroes, but maybe he was getting too far ahead. Academia Yue. Izuku knew this could happen. Being the partner of the top 5 heroines is too striking to let it happen. He believed that no one would recognize him because his suit had a hood that covered much of his head and face, but now he was in the Gamma field. All the students of 1A wore their heroic suits already designed by Izuku, and he himself, which featured his unmistakable negative suit, his heroic alias. "It's the suit I like the most. How does it feel to have a CC bunny as a companion?" Many indecent questions came out of the mouths of a blonde and a dwarf with purple ball. "Mineta-kun, Kamen-kun, I recommend that you shut up," he answered kindly while his body gave off the dark aura that characterizes his quirk, which together with his suit was very creepy. Maybe he and Rumi aren't a couple, but he wouldn't let his classmates talk dirty about his friend. On the other hand, Mirko, who was a little far away waiting for Aizawa to eat Zaf with the training, blushed slightly upon hearing how those idiots talked about her like that. But luckily her Izuku defended her. Was the freckled man jealous that another man would talk like that about her? She had no idea, but she liked that her man defended what was his. Shut up and pay attention, stage-trained Aizawa appeared, drawing attention. I know everyone wants to talk about their internships, but that can wait. The school wants to check the progress they made with the professional heroes, and that's why he'll come. The sleeper was interrupted by a flying door. Entering like a normal person. All Might shouted, crossing the door frame that curiously flew away. All Might. Everyone shouted except Bakugo, Izuku and Shoto. That's right, young heroes. Today we will have a rescue test, he announced happily but left his students confused. All Might Senii, you shouldn't be in the for that, the appealing vice president commented, earning the affirmation of her companions. Normally it would be like this, but due to recent events the school decided not to use the USJ until the security is updated. Just as a precaution, Aizawa answered. Okay brats. Time for training. Rumi shouted with enthusiasm. She wanted to see how her little Izuku stood out among the others. After training, Aizawa was quite happy with the results in general. There were several exceptions like Momo who didn't really learn anything outside of modeling in her internships and surprisingly Bakugo, who only grunted about painted fool things. On the other hand there were Tsuyu, Kyuka, Uraraka, Shoto, Izuku and several students who really progressed with their temporary tutors. But Izuku was the one who stood out the most. Apparently if Quirk mutated, increasing the physical improvement factor he had before, he was now faster, stronger and more agile, apart from the fact that Quirk gave off black and green rays along with the already known black aura. His fighting style was improved and his muscles increased, his flexibility improved along with his reflexes. Without a doubt Mirko had done a great job. But a certain blonde didn't think the same. Bakugo was furious. How the hell did he fall so far behind? Before, he believed that he was on par with Izuku if he didn't surpass him, but after the sports festival he realized that he was very far from there. To the green-haired man. When the internship began he thought it was his opportunity. Now he could be under the tutelage of a top hero like he is. Best Jeanist had flatly rejected All Might's request for him to enter with his old emissary Gran Torino. Katsuki thought that a senile old man couldn't teach him anything. But the shot backfired. In his internships he didn't learn anything according to him. The thread hero wanted to teach him about fashion and how to be more socially attractive, something that Bakugo is not interested in. The only notable change in him was a dumb hairstyle that didn't last more than 2 days. On the other hand, Izuku improved a lot. He participated in the internships when he wasn't supposed to according to the blonde, and not only that, the best heroine of the top chose him exclusively. That was unacceptable. He should have been chosen by Mirko, he should have been the one who improved. Izuku was just dead weight waiting for Bakugo to get rid of him, or so the blonde thought. Fortunately, the lunch campaign began. Aizawa said goodbye to his students and they happily went to eat something, but not before changing their outfit. At the prestigious UA. You could see a green-haired man eating calmly with an albino brunette sitting on his lap imitating the action of his companion. You know, if you get tired of being a hero you could have a restaurant, he admitted while tasting another bite of the onigiri that the freckled man prepared as lunch for both of them. I think you're exaggerating, he said embarrassed at the praise of his almost girlfriend. Really this is just delicious. Once again he put another onigiri in his mouth. Izuku imitated Rumi's action and ate his last sandwich. He put aside his bento and wrapped his arms around Rumi's waist, pulling her into a hug. Rumi just laughed amused. She loved it when Izuku took the initiative and did something as sweet as just hugging her. She also put the bento aside and wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a tender embrace that Izuku happily reciprocated. Have they told you that you embrace well? Rumi asked with a silly smile, separating from the embrace. Not really, but I like being told. Izuku also flirted before starting to embrace her again. Minutes passed and they continued between embraces and touching until the bell rang again. You have to go, Izuku whispered, stopping to embrace Rumi. Ugh, even if you don't want to, you're right, the rabbit growled before getting up and offering Izuku her hand to help him. I'll go down first, remember that you don't have to see us together. Still, Izuku said and entered through the door. Murjo smiled like a schoolgirl in love when she heard that. still implying that Izuku did not mind at all that the Korina next to him. She turned around and picked up the bentos that she and the green-haired boy left on the floor, but the sound of the door caught her attention. She smiled, thinking that Izuku came back for more love. "You forgot something, Izu." He turned around and stopped when he saw a blonde with red eyes. "Izuku? No, I'm not that demon loser." He spat with disgust at the thought of being confused with that loser. "Is it you who wants a bomb with legs?" "Classes have already started," she asked, annoyed and somewhat angry when the blonde called her man useless. "I don't know what you saw in Deku, but I will tell you that I am better, so now you will train me." It was a demand more than a request. Rumi looked at him for a few seconds waiting for the blonde to laugh, implying that it was a joke, but that never happened, so instead she laughed. "Ah, why would I train you?" he asked between laughs, making Bakugo angry. "Gore, well, why am I better than the useless Deku? He doesn't deserve that power," I answer arrogantly. Murjo stopped laughing to see the ash-haired man smiling. Bakugo seemed very confident about what he said. Now Rumi felt sorry for Mitsuki. How is it that her blonde friend put up with the explosive brat for so long? Perhaps a mother's love is very dead, or she just felt obligated to take care of him. He didn't know, but that didn't stop him from feeling sorry for her. "Listen to me, brat. I'm not interested in understanding an angry person like you. I already have my student and partner, and that is Izuku. Stop feeling sorry for yourself and go to class," I answer, already fed up with the angry blonde, who got angry at the words of the rabbit. "How dare you, cheap rabbit? If I won I could kill you right here," I reply haughtily and totally convinced of being able to beat the best heroine in Japan and the strongest woman in the place. "Look, brat, if you could do that you wouldn't be here demanding that I train you. I don't know what the hell All Might saw in you to inherit his power," I answered bluntly, making the blonde remain static at the mention of the oath. "You not Dio, you know?" Incredula asked because he believed that only he and All Might knew that secret. "Of course I know. I was a student of its former bearer, an honorable and strong woman. Nothing compares to you. You do not deserve to be the one to carry that torch," she stated and turned around to jump away from the place. Bakugo stayed there, standing. His ego was severely hit. He thought that just by coming and demanding that he train him, the rabbit would accept, and of course, he is the heir of All Might, only he had the power to kill him. The greatest villain of all time, Mirko should feel honored to be able to train him to achieve his destiny, but no, it was totally the opposite. The rabbit humiliated him, compared him to Izuku and made it clear to him that she preferred the useless Deku over him. She learned that All Might's exclusive secret was not so secret, and finally she left him in. Of course he didn't deserve that power, he wasn't the right person to carry it, and he was just a disappointment. It was unacceptable. That woman was wrong. He is Bakugo Katsuki, the next #1 hero and future symbol of peace. Nothing and no one would have to talk to him like that. Already resigned to not getting what he wanted, he turned around and entered. There were only a few minutes left to arrive on time, although as a future symbol of peace those rules should not apply to them. Meanwhile, Bakugo was thinking about how to get over Izuku. Maybe he would demand that All Might really understand him instead of asking how his mother is. He almost appreciated that the blonde did it just to get close to Mitsuki, but that would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Choose your heir only because of his mother, right? Academia UA. After that very unpleasant encounter for the rabbit, Mirko went straight to the field where he usually taught classes with Aizawa and the blonde idiot on steroids, or at least that's what he told All Might. "You finally arrived," said Aizawa, watching as the rabbit landed a few meters away from him. "I had a matter to take care of," she growled, totally disgusted by her encounter with the explosive blonde. "I'm not going to ask, I'm not interested," Aizawa answered. "Just go enter them. At the end I'll make an announcement, so don't knock them out from fatigue," he warned, activating his quirk because he knew that the girl tended to disobey. "Whatever, crazy eyes," I answered disinterestedly. An hour later the training ended. During the course of it both Mirko and Izuku gave each other glances that not many noticed, and if they did, they preferred not to ask for fear that the rabbit would kill them or something like that. For his part, Katsuki was looking at the rabbit from afar with eyes full of fury and some lust. Maybe he wasn't interested in romances, but he had to admit that Rumi had a very attractive figure that stood out thanks to her heroine outfit, apart from the fact that she was very strong and had a very strong attitude, something he likes. I see you're done, Aizawa said as he got out of his sleeping bag. Well, listen everyone, I have to give a warning. I draw your attention. The school wants to test everything learned in their internships, so they will review an exam that will be divided into a theoretical part and a physical part. The noises of disgust that complaints are not they kept waiting, but they stopped when he activated his quirk. Let me finish, Ambizo. This exam will be your ticket to attend a camp that the school held for the hero course. Those who do not pass will not have the right to go. Now they can go clean themselves. Without further ado he left, leaving the students with Mirko. Yee. A camp? Mina jumped excitedly while waving her arms. It will be fun. A pair of floating gloves joined her in celebrating. I don't think they understood the point, Jair said while sighing. First we will have to pass an exam. And from what Aizawa-sensei said, it seems that this exam will test us very much. Complete Momo? Or what do you think, Midoriya-kun? He asked with a smile to the boy who had made his new suit, which he loved. I think Yaoyorozu-san is right. They want to try what we learned in the internship, he reasoned, agreeing with Kyuka and Momo. That wouldn't be fair. You're too far ahead, Kaminari complained while feeling a little inferior next to the green-haired boy. What do you mean, defective Pikachu? Bakugo, as always, jumped on the attack. He didn't like that the other extras considered Deku as someone superior. I mean, Midoriya was a partner of the strongest heroine in the top 10. Kaminari defended himself against Bakugo's growl. Everyone around Izuku had to nod in agreement with that. Even Mirko, who was standing a little away listening to everything, had to admit with a smile on her face that her CC little Izuku could. Everyone's buttes in the class with some seriousness. Well, Rumi offered to train and I couldn't miss the opportunity. He tried to defend himself. Wait, Rumi? Did you call Mirko by his first name? Are they close? Mina, the gossip in the classroom, began to bombard him with questions about his relationship with Mirko, if they were friends or just teacher and student, if only they knew that they were lovers. I think you should stop interfering in other people's affairs. Mirko's soft but threatening voice caught everyone's attention. Mina paled and nodded and then hid, which did not work because she used Toru as a hiding place. Izuku sighed. Rumi had saved him from having to give answers he didn't want. It's not that he was embarrassed that they found out about him and Mirko, he just didn't feel ready to reveal their relationship. When everyone left, only Rumi and Izuku were left. The mention saw how Izuku was immersed in his thoughts and just hugged him from behind, taking him out of his world. You know, I wouldn't have minded if you told them that you have an owner, Rumi whispered and bit his ear, giving Izuku a pleasant shiver. Let's go home. She gave him an embrace on the cheek and jumped. Izuku sighed with a silly smile. Once again his body was filled with lightning and he jumped to follow Mirko. What they didn't know was that a blonde was watching everything. Home Midoriya. Afternoon, Izuku and Mirko arrived home after an exhausting race. Of course Mirko won. I arrived! Shouted the rabbit as she raised her arms in victory. Seguin shouted about her victory. The door opened again showing a slightly tired Izuku. It was nothing new to run with Rumi. The problem was that this time he had to let her in to reach him, which she did not allow. Ute Gadio made. Gadio a trap. He stepped out of a tube and took a deep breath, calming down in the process. You came out first and without warning. Rumi laughed at her lover's claims. He was right, but she loved that childish gesture he had when saying it. You're right, her face left the amused smile and changed to a flirtatious one. I cheated and that makes me a bad girl. With a CC walk, Rumi made Izuku stand in front of him, placed her arms around his neck and leaned close to his face. I deserve a punishment, he whispered dangerously. Izuku shivered, her warm breath hitting his mouth, and he unconsciously tried to embrace her, but he stopped. She was playing with him again. It was something the rabbit did often, and he loved it. He boldly took her by the waist and pulled her against his body. Are you sure you want me to punish you? He whispered close to her long, fluffy ear and gave her an embrace on the cheek, making her. She was excited about those games they had, but she wouldn't let him know that. I am willing to accept any punishment, I whispered equally in his ear and bit him playfully. That act broke all of Izuku's barriers. In a quick movement he grabbed her butt and lifted her up. Rumi wrapped her legs around his back and they both began a heated embrace. Izuku took her to the soda while still paying attention to her lips and sat down, leaving Rumi comfortable on his lap. Hours passed before they both relaxed because despite holding back, They both knew that there was a limit, one that they both wanted to break but they didn't feel ready, but there was no problem. The playing, embracing and caressing were enough. For now, dinner time arrived. Once again Izuku was cooking dinner while Rumi finished bathing. "Rumi, dinner is ready," the green-haired boy shouted as he took off his precious pink apron. "I'm already down." The rabbit jumped down to the first floor. She was wearing her winter pajamas, which were a shirt and warm breathes with a carrot and rabbit print along with some carrot slippers. Izuku couldn't help but look at her. Rumi dressed like that was the perfect combination of sexy and adorable because despite being in pajamas, her figure stood out as did her attributes and butt. As she sat down, the council heroine began to drool when she saw a plate of steamed vegetables with chicken and dressing that Izuku himself prepared. They both began to eat in a quiet silence. Rumi and Izuku were very fond of these moments. The flirting, embraces and caresses were fine, but these moments were unmatched. The oak feeling of knowing that the person you love is in front of you and that imparts your my feelings was the best. "You know," Izuku began the conversation, "it's been a long time since we've been salty." Rumi nodded as she chewed her perfectly cooked vegetables with a little sweet dressing. Since the concert they had only gone out a couple of times, to have a coffee or go out to the park. "You're right," Mirko admitted. "And that's why. Well, since tomorrow is Saturday we could go out," he offered while looking at his plate with a faint blush on his face. Mirko smiled tenderly. Izuku looked adorable in her eyes and the fact that he was inviting her on a date made her happier. "Are you inviting me on a date?" I ask if it's Erdita. "Well, yes," I answer a little more relaxed. "Only if you want, of course." "Of course I want to," she responded as she placed her hand in the center of the table. Izuku understood her message and carefully took her hand and they both continued their dinner calmly and in a comfortable silence. After dinner, they both picked up and went up to Izuku's room, which practically belonged to both of them since Mirko moved some of his clothes to the green-haired boy's room, and by little I mean a lot. Rumi had no addictions because he was a hero, drags were out of the question, beer was something he no longer tried since he moved in with Izuku and he never saw the appeal of smoking, but if someone asked him what his addiction could be, it would undoubtedly be sleeping. With Izuku being in his arms she felt a warmth and security that made her forget her position as the strongest woman in Japan and she felt like a helpless but safe girl being in the arms of her lover. It was so comforting to be hugged. And the best of all was that her own body heat protected her from the cold. She no longer needed any special blanket or air conditioning to maintain an ideal temperature. She only required having Izuku in her bed or hugging her in general. Izuku, for his part, really enjoyed having her in his arms. It was comforting to have Rumi with him. The loneliness of the house he was subjected to while growing up was no longer there. Before, he didn't want to return because of the feeling of feeling alone. He didn't like it, but now he couldn't wait to go home. It was what he wanted most. Going in and being knocked down by the chocolate bunny was the best, not to mention the extreme embracing sessions. They both slept comfortably in each other's arms, that feeling that they had been looking for so many years before but they didn't know it had already come into their lives and neither of them agreed to let it go. Home Midoriya. Izuku could not be the happiest man in the world. He was studying to be a hero in the best academy in Japan. He had friends in whom he knew he could trust his life and moreover, he had the most perfect woman that existed in the entire world. Currently, the green-haired boy was waking up with the faint rays of the sun that managed to sneak through the curtains. Izuku, as usual, tried to sit up to stretch his arms but an extra weight on his easy prevented him. He quickly turned to see the appealing face of the lover, which was comfortably snuggled against his ear while moving his nose tenderly. Izuku did not resist and planted a small embrace on the tip of her nose, which made the bunny start to wake up making a very cute face. "Wow," the brunette yawned as she sat on Izuku's lap. "I slept well," she expressed very happily. "Hello," Izuku's voice interrupted his morning stretches. Rumi turned quickly to see the face of the person he loved most in this world. "Hello, darling," the brunette greeted as she lay down on top of her lover again, leaving them both very close. "How did you sleep?" the green-haired man asked as he took Rumi by the waist, affirming her against him. "Perfect," he responded with a smile while giving him a small embrace. The night before, Rumi had come home very tired and quite sore. Izuku, seeing that his unofficial partner was practically staggering from exhaustion, carried her like a princess and took her up to the room, trying not to seem like a pervert, and asked her to come to the room. She will take off her heroine outfit and be left in her underwear. Rumi did not distrust Izuku, but it was strange for her to hear how Izuku asked her for something like that, but she trusted her pretty lover, so she obeyed, took off her suit and lay face down. The truth is that it was very cold that night, which is why she was almost trembling, although later she began to melt at the touch of her man's oiled hands. Yes, Izuku was giving her a massage. She wanted to refuse, to say that it wasn't necessary, but when the massage began, Rumi couldn't hold out and let herself be carried away by her lover's hands. She couldn't remember a night when she had slept better. "I loved the detail," he said as he separated from the embrace. "You looked very tired. I couldn't allow my sweet bunny to be like this," he responded while using one hand to caress her back. "Thank you too. I had never slept better." Rumi remembered many nights in her old apartment and never felt the same. The love, the company, the details and more made Izuku her favorite company. The minutes passed and they both decided to start their weekend. Normally they would both dress in sports clothes, but this time they had a different plan. Just on Thursday of last week was the exam that would decide if the students would go to the camp or not. Although Izuku had bad luck because he would pass or fail, he would not go. There was no personal reason. The places had simply been set aside before school will start, and since Izuku has just entered the hero course, he did not have a secluded place. Obviously Aizawa and Nizu apologized for that. But focusing on the exam, originally Izuku Hiba was going to fight against Mirko and his partner would be the boy called Mineta, but in the end he decided to change the test. Finally, Izuku's partner was Bakugo and his opponent was All Might. This clearly hurt Izuku because his partner hated him and his opponent was the DMN symbol of peace, a title that he did not earn for his charisma. As Izuku expected, Bakugo was totally reluctant to cooperate with him and ended up fighting All Might alone, and he had to admit he wasn't doing it wrong. Izuku saw how Katsuki used a quirk totally different from his typical explosions, which of course yes, he was just surprised. Although in the end it was not a good idea because he ended up breaking his arm and only his left arm remained. Izuku had decided to be smarter and started to escape. If before with Bakugo the chances were very low, now he was just lost. Or so he wanted to pretend. Just meters from reaching the exit, All Might appeared with a torrent of wind while carrying the blonde on his shoulder as if he were a sack of potatoes. What followed is easy to deduce. Izuku was extremely dangerous against All Might or really against anyone. The simple fact that he could erase his quirk if the symbol got too close was too dangerous and All Might knew it. In the end Izuku won. One way or another he put the H on All Might and knocked him out. Rumi, who was among the teaching teachers, couldn't stand the urge to run and embrace her man. Obviously, the emotion and euphoria at that moment made her forget that they were in public. So yes, she embraced him in front of all the first-grade students. And in front of the academy teachers, including Nizu. The next few hours were part of an arduous interrogation that Nizu finished. The rat knew that they were not doing anything illegal because since the quirks appeared, many laws have changed. Of course, the school had a rule about that. If there was an NTMT relationship between some teacher and student, both were obliged to inform the principal. But in the end Nizu let it go, as long as they both made their relationship legal before the law, which they both accepted. And that brought us to today. As soon as they both left the UA, Izuku had called Mitsuki with the hope that she would help them with the entire case, which the blonde gladly accepted and was in charge of preparing everything necessary so that the assembly would be completed on this day. List? Izuku asked from the front door of his home. He was dressed in a black formal suit and tie. "Quite a bit," replied the rabbit, who was dressed in a formal shirt and jacket, a skirt that reached her knees, and a pair of black heels. And so they both left towards the court. Departamento de Tashinori. All Might, the great symbol of peace, the strongest hero of all time, a person with billions in his bank and the role model of many people, all of that was now a big lie. The truth was much crueler. Maybe he was still the #1 hero, but his days like that were numbered. Maybe he had billions but he only shared them with loneliness. Maybe he was the perfect example to follow, but he had no one who to share that with. When he agreed to be Nana Shimura's successor, he thought things would be very easy. They literally gave him the power to be the strongest of all. But as they say, with great power comes great responsibility, and the truth is that the weight of one for all was too much. Seeing the death of the woman whom I considered the strongest of all, and even the woman I love, was heartbreaking. But that was only the tip of the iceberg. After Nana's death, Toshinori focused on his training. He was not willing to lose anyone else. But that obsession, that fear made him distance himself from all society. He did not go out with his parents. Friends, he didn't meet new people, and he never found love. It was a life of loneliness. Even though Toshinori was 38 years old today, a good enough age to rebuild his life, he did not see it fair to make a person love him and always live in fear of him dying, so who definitely discarded the love of his life. But then another matter arose, his successor. He had left that matter completely aside because he still had several years left of being the symbol of peace, but with his recent injury things had changed. A day like any other, the muscular blonde went on his routine patrol, until he saw a young man in a bad mood trapped like a mud villain, whom after saving he started a small conversation. Obviously he gave him a gift for using his quirk without license, but his answer left you thinking. I prefer to act rather than do nothing. At that moment it seemed like the response of a hero, so he took him home, and there he met her, Mitsuki Bakugo, possibly the most appealing woman the blonde had ever seen, of course, after Nana. And everything else was history. He inherited his power from Bakugo, recommended him to the UA, etc., etc. But just last Friday something, or rather someone, happened that made him think. Rumi Usajiyama or Mirko are one of the few people who know the secret of hereditary power, for the simple reason that Rumi was Nana's former pupil. The brunette had entered the teacher's room yelling at him about how Katsuki had threatened her so that she would train him, that hit him strong. Why would his successor ask her for training instead of him? It didn't take long before he recognized that, in fact, he was never interested in the training of his successor. In fact, he tried to pass that process on to his former teacher Gran Torino, which was a colossal disaster because Katsuki rejected him and lost his internship, with a hero totally incompatible with him. Even today, 6 months after having inherited the OFA, the blonde had not found a way to use it without breaking his bones, and it was entirely his fault for not helping him. Deciding to forget his problems for a while, the blonde Yagi placed himself in his reclining Altich or chair in front of his television, with a beer in his hand and the remote control in the other. He turned on the TV and quickly turned on the news. News: the great superheroine Mirko, considered the strongest woman in Japan, has just officially announced her relationship with the young aspiring hero Izuku recently known as her partner, Negative. He immediately expelled all liquid from his mouth and was speechless at the news. Of course, he knew about that matter, but he never thought that Mirko would make public his relationship with a minor. Toshinori thought that Mirko cared more about his reputation and that he would break up with him. Izuku, as long as her image of the most unattainable woman in Japan was not broken, it was definitely a surprise. It had been almost 1 month since the great heroine Mirko announced the relationship she had with her new partner Negative, or Izuku Midoriya for friends. Obviously this event was the most talked about to date. All the news, newspapers, gossip magazines or TV programs spoke again and again about how shocking the revelation was that Mirko, the heroine and strongest woman in Japan and possibly one of the most aggressive women, would have gotten a partner, and he was a teenager aspiring to be a hero. Of course, neither Izuku's nor Rumi agreed to reveal any details of their personal lives, which was somewhat questionable since all the media began to invent stories and theories about how the teenage broccoli could stuck the chocolate bunny. But they were currently returning from a date that Izuku had planned. I told you that place was fabulous, said the green-haired man, who was dressed in a long black coat, jeans, and his legendary sneakers. I have to admit, I didn't expect it to be fabulous. With a silly smile, Rumi admitted. She was dressed in a brown jacket, a white breeze, her denim jeans and some equally brown boots. They both walked hand in hand as they returned to their warm home. Rumi had to admit that Izuku surprised her once again, taking her to a karaoke bar that from the looks of it didn't give much to be desired, but in the end it was the most fun. The people singing, the music and the food were great, and Rumi definitely enjoyed the cocktails prepared at the establishment. Their life was more or less like this. Since their relationship was legally registered, they had taken to the habit of going out somewhere every Saturday, a restaurant, the park, an amusement park or a simple bar, as long as they were together at no time. He cared where they went. Rumi had to admit that she felt like she was in a romantic movie or one of those stories that people on the internet write in which couples live some kind of great dream, fanfics, if she was not mistaken. Izuku, for his part, felt like the luckiest man, and of course, every person he knew admitted to him how lucky he was to be the boyfriend of the desired rabbit heroine, and he had to admit it was true. Tomorrow is our last day off, right? The rabbit looked at Izuku, who nodded. Yes. Tomorrow we will return to everyday life, he responded with some heaviness and emotion. Since they registered as a couple, they were both suspended from any heroic activity that included school for Izuku, this in order to fix the essential documents so that their relationship was official and moreover to be able to monitor them to see that they were not under the effect of some quirk or drag. Of course, they had to go to psychologists and some doctors, but nothing special. Izuku liked the free time he had with his rabbit. Spending time with her was simply a dream, or at least that's how he described it. Well, since tomorrow is our last day off, I prepared a surprise for you, he said with a smile. A surprise? Rumi, you didn't have to. Her claim was silenced by a tender embrace from the brunette, which left Izuku stunned. I know what you have to say, and let me contradict myself. If I had to, you have given me the best days of my life and I want to give you back some of all that happiness. Letting his side float out, Rumi stopped in the middle of the sidewalk and she took her man's hands in hers. Your mere presence is the most gratifying thing I have. He responded just as sweetly as his girlfriend, who just smiled and gave him an embrace. And so they both continued towards home. The next day, the alarm clock started ringing at 8 a.m. Rumi, as usual, was the first to wake up. She turned off the alarm clock and sat in her place, which coincidentally is Izuku's legs, currently dressed in cooler and more revealing pajamas. Which normally would be bad because the cold would affect her, but that was no longer a problem because her Izuku exuded such warmth that she could even sleep without a blanket and the windows open as long as her man would surround her with his arms. Wake up, sleepyhead, he whispered while lightly tapping his nose. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and was able to make eye contact with his rabbit's appealing ruby-colored eyes. Hello, he whispered sleepily and sat down to hug her. Hello, she returned the greeting and snuggled into the hug, Izuku being taller and bigger than her and could wrap his arms around her, which she enjoyed. They spent a couple of minutes like this and then decided to start their day. Izuku, who had just gotten out of the shower, was going down the stairs because he could smell a delicious aroma. When he entered the kitchen, he could see his appealing girlfriend with her pink apron and a couple of plates in both hands. Good morning, honey. Prepare breakfast. The brunette greeted, approaching and giving him an embrace on the cheek. Although Rumi was not a good cook, after a couple of classes and advice from Izuku, she was able to learn to cook a couple of simple but delicious dishes, so she herself had made the rule that she at least ate breakfast because she found it unpleasant that Izuku will cook for both of them all the time. Great, I love your breakfasts, he said, smiling and sitting. Rumi, as was customary, placed his plate next to Izuku's and claimed his legs as his personal seat. I love these mornings, the green-haired man expressed with total happiness. Same thing, Ami, the rabbit answered as she took her first bite. Hours later, Izuku looked attentively out the window of the car where she and Rumi were traveling, or rather, where Rumi was taking him. After having breakfast, the rabbit took him out of the house with the excuse that he had to finish the surprise that she had mentioned. Izuku, knowing that Mirko wouldn't change his mind, just listened and went to visit his self-proclaimed mother. Of course, Mitsuki received him with open arms and they were both talking in the living room. Luckily for both of them, neither Katsuki nor Masaru were in the house because the former had gone to the mall to buy things for the camp and Masaru is trapped in the office with a lot of paperwork. Between talks and laughter, lunchtime was about to arrive. As a good mother and hostess, Mitsuki offered to stay for lunch, but Izuku told her that Rumi had a date planned and that if he ate before her surprise, the rabbit could kill him. Mitsuki just laughed and let him go. When Izuku got home, he could only see Rumi, who was waiting for him sitting on the hood of a car. Great was his surprise when he found out that his girlfriend had a car, but everything made sense when she explained that she didn't use it because she preferred to jump from building to building. But now they were here, driving towards the outskirts of the city, and Izuku had no idea where they were going. An hour later, Rumi stopped the car. Well, we're almost there, follow me, he said enthusiastically and got out of the vehicle. Izuku just nodded and listened to him. When he left he could see that they were in the middle of a field, surrounded by a couple of trees and the occasional hill. The sound of the trunk closing made Izuku stop looking around and focus on his girlfriend, who was carrying a basket and a red and white checkered tablecloth. It was more than clear what he intended. A picnic? He dumbly asked, and the rabbit nodded enthusiastically. Yes, today I wanted to do something quieter. Do you like it? She asked, already knowing the answer, but that Izuku expressed his liking for the things she did drove her crazy with happiness. Of course, I think it's a good idea, he said honestly. The truth was that it was a gratifying change to go to a picnic instead of some restaurant or establishment. Rumi smiled more happily and took the green-haired boy's hand to guide him to the place where she had planned for the afternoon. Minutes later, Izuku was guided to a slightly high hill that had a single tree in the chasm. Mirko, Sinido, who had the tablecloth and the basket, spread the tablecloth and placed the basket in the middle, and thus they both began their appealing afternoon. Izuku was surprised by the food that the same rabbit had prepared. Although Rumi now knew how to cook, the dishes she had prepared were much more complex and laborious. She had even made a cheesecake with raspberry jam and crushed cookies. The delicacy. The afternoon passed between meals and embraces. Habisi's Rumi fed Izuku and vice versa. Habisi's Izuku stained Rumi's nose with the dessert just to give him an embrace, excusing himself by wanting to clean it, and he did the same with the brunette's lips. They also talked about future plans. Something that was discussed was that yes, they had to adopt a couple of tips as pets. Rumi suggested adopting a green one and a brown one, just as a suggestion. You know. Izuku began as he caressed the silky hair of Mirko, who was lying down using his lap as a pillow. I was thinking about it, and technically we are married. Rumi opened his eyes without getting up and blushed. But why do you say that? I asked, still blushing. Well, our relationship is registered as a legal relationship. It is like having gotten married in a civil ceremony, he said, clarifying his reasoning. Mirko, still blushing, thought about what her green bunny was saying, and couldn't help but smile dumbly at the idea that Izuku was now hers for the rest of her life, although unconsciously her mind began to create images of her in her appealing dress. As a bride with Ryuko, Namuri and Yu as her bridesmaids, and with an Izuku dressed in a suit, both at an altar. I would love that, I whisper, still between the floors. What would you love? I asked, confused. Nothing, Red stammers when she realizes what she was dreaming, although in her mind she keeps the idea for the future. You know, I wouldn't mind the idea of being married. That is, we already look like a newly married couple, she commented. With a smile. Izuku thought about it and had to admit that Rumi was right. Practically their life was that of a couple of newlyweds. Even now people knew that their relationship was official. The NTMT step would be to have our own bunnies. Rumi hinted with a smile that turned into laughter when she saw Izuku's face turn very red. She knew that Izuku didn't dislike the idea because after his blush a smile adorned his face. That gave her the confidence that the man wanted a future with her, and she loved that. The afternoon continued like this. Between insinuations, embraces, hugs and flirting between them, the moment arrived when both had fallen completely asleep, with Izuku leaning on the tree and Rumi using his lap as a pillow. Fortunately, Izuku knew that would happen, so before going to sleep, he brought a blanket that was currently covering the rabbit. Without a doubt, they both considered their life to be a perfect one. Home Midoriya. If Mirko had to describe the last month of his life with a single word, without a doubt, perfect would be the most accurate thing the rabbit would want to express. Embraces, hugs, flirting, RPG, compliments and more were the actions of which the last month was full. Without a doubt the relationship between both protagonists was at a practically unbeatable point. Izuku was in the same boat. Since the death of his mother there was no moment that he would consider happy. It is true that Mitsuki had made him happy some days. When he was little he took him to the amusement park or simply to eat ice cream, and when Izuku grew up Mitsuki frequented going with him, spending quality time and more. But Mirko was that beacon of light in the storm. He was that refuge so longed for by the lost that now that he is here it almost seems like a dream. Today, Sunday to be exact, the couple was watching a movie as usual, which previously would be the center of attention all night, but not today. Rumi, who was wearing a thin, tight tank top with black mini shorts, was on top of Izuku, who was shirtless and only in shorts, both sharing a heated and quite deep embrace. "Ooh, come on bunny, take what's yours," practically between them. The bunny took her man's hand and placed it on hers while the other pressed her buttock. "Oh, let's go. You like it, he?" Likewise, Izuku encouraged the rabbit to feel more excited. Ring ring. As if God himself hated them, Rumi's phone began to ring. At first the couple chose to ignore it, which didn't work because once the call ended he dialed again. "Ag, what the hell do they want?" Angry for interrupting their NTMT moment, Mirko separated her lips from Izuku's and yelled at the phone before getting off Izuku and taking it hip. A scary sound came out of her mouth before she froze. "What?" Izuku called when he saw how his bunny went static and the phone kept ringing. "Rumi?" He asked again. This time the rabbit looked into his eyes. "She's my .my mom." He responded with some fear. "Well, answer," the green-haired man encouraged, not understanding why his partner's nervous attitude. But he was surprised to see how with brute force he squeezed the phone and broke it, thus stopping the calls. "Why did you do that?" Upset by his bunny's reaction, Izuku yelled/asked, "Why didn't you answer?" "I don't want to, I'm not interested," was her simple response before climbing back onto her boyfriend's legs and trying to resume their heated session, but she was stopped by the green-haired man. Wait, how are you not interested?" I ask without understanding. "That doesn't matter now, let's just continue." He avoided the tongue and tried to take off his shirt with the intention of distracting Izuku, but once again his hand was stopped at the hem of his shirt. "Rumi," I whisper with affection and severity. "Ek." The rabbit growled before simply hugging Izuku. The topic of her mother was something that she had kept only for herself, and she had no intention of telling it because it didn't seem relevant to her. "I don't want to talk about it." "You can tell me what's wrong," I whispered lovingly as I began to caress her long rabbit ears and her silky white hair. If Rumi had to say one thing she didn't like about Izuku, it would be how the green-haired boy made her feel so vulnerable. Somehow, Izuku had the ability to make her feel calm so she could talk about anything, even her darkest secrets. Right now the green-haired boy was hugging her, giving her security, caressing her, making her feel affection, and speaking to her in affectionate whispers, giving her peace of mind. He was literally treating her as if she were a rabbit, and the worst thing is that she liked it. "Ah. It's okay." 2 hours later. Now in bed and ready to sleep, Izuku pulled his appealing girlfriend, who was resting happily on his knee. "Wow, that's a lot of information." Shocked by the story he had just heard, Izuku admitted while giving small caresses to his girlfriend's waist. "Yes, I know, that's why I don't want to go, it brings back bad memories," he admitted with a little fear. When Rumi was little, her father worked as a police officer and her mother as a teacher. The little brunette practically had a perfect life with her loving parents, but one day her father died at work and things changed. Rumi's mother, Shio, fell into depression and took refuge in her job, leaving her daughter in the background. Rumi was also sad, but that same sadness and frustration was what unleashed that spark of heroism that made her what she was. It's now. But the real problem was when she told her mother about her ideal of being a pro-hero. Shio obviously became enraged and hysterical upon hearing that her daughter chose an even more dangerous path than her late husband. A huge argument broke out where hurtful feelings from both parties reached each other's ears, and their relationship was practically destroyed when Rumi left home at just 17 years old, only to later find Nana Shimura and fulfill his dream. "I warned you that the story was long," the rabbit reproached. "Now you understand why I'm terrified of seeing her again." Izuku looked closely at his girlfriend. He managed to see how a light drop of salt water came out of her eyes. Izuku had to admit that he was surprised. He had never seen his Rumi cry about something before, but he understood that in conflict with her mother and the guilt for having said such hurtful things, the barriers of the strongest woman in Japan were breaking down. The great rabbit heroine. Gently, Izuku lifted Mirko by the chin and embraced his cheek just where the tear was passing, only to then separate and caress his face with the intention of erasing the wet journey of his sad. "You should go. Try to fix things," he whispered while looking into her eyes. "I know, and I want to do it, but I'm afraid." For the first time in a long time, he admitted what he felt so much regarding the subject of his mother. Izuku could do nothing but give her a loving hug, It was the first time he had heard the word fear from his rabbit's lips. She had faced countless villains and disasters and had never used the word fear, but she understood that Mirko, the strongest woman in Japan and the top 5 heroine, was unstoppable, but Rumi Usajiyama is a woman who feared problems. The Kules could not be solved with quirk. Do you want me to accompany you to see it? He whispered under his breath without stopping his caresses. Rumi looking up at such an offer. You don't have to, it's not your. He tried to say, to let him know that he didn't need to get into his problems, but his lips were covered by other people's lips. Of course it's my problem, everything that bothers you is my problem, he said with all the love he could express. Mirko's eyes glazed over. He normally loved Izuku, and the green-haired boy only gave him more reasons to love him even more. That night Mirko let out the fear that he had so much, and what better way to cry than to cry on the shoulder of the person he loves. Miroku Agency. So are you going to do it? Sitting on a nice white sofa, Izuku asked a thoughtful Rumi, who was sitting in her chair behind her desk with her arms crossed while she glared at the phone that was resting on her desk. Yes, of course, was his simple response, which was confusing because even though he had said he would act, not one of his appealing muscles moved. Izuku sighed. He knew Rumi would eventually kill him. The problem was when? Throughout the week the freckled man and the rabbit were talking about this specific topic. Even when they went to the store to buy another phone for Rumi, the topic of his mother did not rest. The longer you wait, the harder it is, the green-haired man advised, knowing that if it were up to Rumi, neither of them would move for the rest of the day. Don't pressure me. For the first time in a long time, the rabbit growled at Izuku while looking at him menacingly. Izuku knew that if he kept pushing there was a chance he would ruin everything they talked about, and he would possibly get angry, and an angry Rumi meant a couple of weeks without embraces and caresses. Yeah, he wasn't about to lose that. Sighing once again, Izuku stood up and slowly walked towards Rumi around the desk. The rabbit watched with curiosity as he slowly and carefully removed her from the desk a little and sat on his muscular but comfortable legs. I know you're nervous, even though it doesn't seem like it, I understand, she began very softly and controlling her words. I know you're afraid of ruining it, but believe me, if you don't call her now and fix things, you may regret it later. Rumi looked at Izuku directly. No matter how much he wanted to, this time he couldn't say anything. The green-haired man was right. Maybe he didn't say anything, but it was clear the pain he felt every time the topic of his mother or something that alluded to it came up. At the same time, so he had to admit that Izuku knew what he was talking about, even though he regretted it. This time it was Rumi who sighed, and leaned her face against her boyfriend's. I know, I just don't know how to start. I can't just come by saying hello. Izuku caught the desperation hidden in her words. The dread and fear of ruining everything again had completely flooded her and her mind blocked. What do you think if you improvise? He asked, earning a curious look. What are you talking about? Rumi asked, really disoriented as to why. Just imagine it's a fight, okay? Rumi looked at him as if he were crazy. Izuku immediately understood the look. Just improvising, okay? Just said. Rumi sighed and looked at the phone one last time before picking it up. Mirko quickly unlocked the phone and searched for the contact. Izuku laughed at the name. Had saved it with Mama Rabbit? Don't laugh, that's what I called her when I was little, Rumi reprimanded with a light tint on her cheeks. Sorry, it's just that. I didn't expect it. Trying to hide his amusement by covering his mouth with his hands, Izuku got off Rumi's lap and sat on the couch. The last thing he wanted was to harass her. With your presence so close. As the phone beeped indicating the connection of the call, Rumi was regretting it, but... Hello? The soft voice of the phone left her frozen. Hello? Who is speaking? Her mother's voice sounded through the phone. Trembling, she slowly brought the cell phone to her ear and finally decided to speak. Oh, Mama. She is... The scream made him move the cell phone away from his ear a little. Yes, it's me. What joy! How are you? When are you coming home? How has it been? Have you eaten yet? How are you doing with the winter? 1,000 questions came out of her mother's mouth. It seemed like a machine specifically programmed to ask typical questions of any mother, but Rumi was confused. She really hoped that her first reaction would be to give her away for having ignored her for several years. But it really calmed her down that his first interaction with her was worrying. Stop. She screamed embarrassed when she heard Izuku's laugh. Ho, I'm sorry, was it too much? A little. She answered, but sighed when she saw Izuku's gaze reprimanding her. Well, I'm fine in general. I'm glad to hear that, daughter. By the way, a few weeks ago I saw you on TV. Rumi tensed when she knew where Hiba, her mother, was. It was not a secret to her that she loved gossip. The fact of having the same quirk as hers did not make it easier, because the long ears were not only decoration. Yes, it was because of a matchmaking case, when someone older dates a minor and they have to make it legal. I try not to give it too much importance. Izuku, who was in the armchair, decided to give space to both women, or rather to Rumi, and left the office with the intention of going for some lunch. Something that the rabbit was internally grateful for. It's not that she didn't trust her platonic love, rather it was a matter of comfort. She preferred to face the situation alone and then tell him what happened after their embracing session before going to sleep. Yeah. Yes, now I remember, now that you mention it, when will you introduce it to me? And there was the true intention. Rumi understood why. It was really normal for mother and father to want to meet their sons/daughters' partners, but before that there was a topic that she wanted to talk about. Mom, it's not that I don't want you to meet him, but I think we have a topic to talk about first. A sigh was heard from the phone, implying that like herself, Shio didn't want to bring up the topic, but she knew it was necessary now. Yes, you're right, daughter, but I don't think it's appropriate to talk about this on the phone. What do you think if you come home on the weekend and we talk about it, just you and me, then there will be time to meet your Romeo? Rumi thought about it for a few seconds. It really sounded like a good plan. Okay, on Saturday I'll go at 2 p.m., do you think? Of course. I will have your favorite food prepared, Zana salad. Actually, Mum, the brunette interrupted, now my favorite food is katsudon, things change over time. She really wasn't about to tell him that her new taste for katsudon over salad was because of Izuku, at least not now. Okay honey, I'll make you a big pot of katsudon, goodbye? Before Rumi could say goodbye, her mother hung up on her, although it was easy for her to guess that it was more due to the euphoria of finally having spoken together than anything else, but she could be grateful for that. He let out a sigh and leaned back in his seat, put his legs up on the desk and simply sat in silence thinking about two things, what he wanted to talk to his mother about, and how much he wished Izuku was there so he could embrace him. Almost like a dream, a couple of knocks on the door called for the pass. Happens, Rumi said and got ready to jump towards her green-haired boy. But as if it were a nightmare, a long, droopy blonde hair entered instead of a green and fluffy one. Ugh, it's you, Toshi, he grunted and settled lazily in his place. I'm also glad to see you, Rumi. With more enthusiasm he returned the greeting, ignoring the listless tone with which he said his name. May I? Asked permission to take a seat. Go ahead, he said, and Toshinori sat down. So, what is the malnourished version of All Might doing in my office? He asked with interest because he had never received a visit from the skinny guy or his heroic alter ego. To the point as always, huh? Mirko laughed sarcastically, but he didn't even flinch. Well, actually I came to ask you a favor. This time, Rumi settled back in his seat and placed both elbows on the table, joining his hands. A favor? What did the great All Might want from me? This was totally unexpected for the rabbit. Usually it was the lesser heroes at the top who came with other heroes with high hats on. I'll be direct. I would like you to take young Bakugo as your intern in the following internships, and then also, if possible, Toshi was aware that his heir was not liked by the rabbit. In fact, he was not liked by almost nobody, but I was almost sure that Mirko will appreciate the potential more than the attitude. No, was his simple answers. He said, stunned by the crude response. I already have an intern and student, and I don't like the explosive idiot. All Might stood still looking at Rumi. It really seemed unfair to him what Mirko was doing. I don't think the preference you have for your partner over other students in his class is fair. Contrary to the previous reaction, this time Rumi got angry and slammed his hands heavily on the table. First of all, it is my agency and I have the right to have preference for whoever I want. Secondly, I can refuse to be a teacher for that Muslim idiot because I am not obligated to anything. And lastly, you are supposed to be the one who tells him. Taught, not me. Totally angry, Rumi yelled at the blonde, who only remained stoic but inside he was distraught. In his current form he could only stay 3 minutes in his muscular form, which was no joke. It was enough to deal with someone like Mirko. I'm sorry if I sounded rude, Rumi. I just don't understand why you don't want to train him. I thought you would see young Bakugo's potential. He defended himself awkwardly, but I wanted to understand why he denied having Katsuki under his tutelage. Rumi sighed tiredly. She didn't want to have this conversation, but she knew that if she didn't, All Might wouldn't leave her alone. It's true, the explosive idiot has a lot of potential, but he is incredibly unstable. Tell me, why does he want me to train him? He asked with the intention of clarifying his point. Well, he saw young Midoriya's progress and wanted to overcome it, he responded, not understanding the brunette's point. Exactly, his request was an outburst of jealousy towards my boyfriend, and I assure you that when you tell him my answer, he will throw a tantrum and go home angry and cause some disaster along the way, he responded with complete confidence. All Might wanted to answer, to say anything to defend his student or at least not make him look like a crying baby, but he had to admit that even he knew that things would happen like this. Your silence confirms it to me. Now I want you to think, what will he do when he controls the entire OFA? He may destroy a building in a tantrum just because they didn't give him the top one in his first days as a professional. Again, Toshinori didn't know to respond because Katsuki even demanded that he announce him as an apprentice to the press so that they would give him a better position when he left you. Once again, your silence answers for you. I want to know, why did you choose him? The million-dollar question, the same question that everyone he knew had asked him, why he chose Bakugo Katsuki as his successor. What do you mean? I asked nervously, trying to divert the topic. You know what I mean, why you chose him. In my opinion there are better options. Even your previous candidate Mirio convinced me more. All Might had to admit that it was true. At this point he was convinced that everyone hated to Bakugo, and the worst thing is that he accepted that reasons were not lacking. The truth is that I don't know, was his sincere response. I was desperate. This injury left me with much less time than I thought and I was upset. The first time I saw young Bakugo was in the Mud Villain's accident. Mirko, he nodded, listening attentively. When I saw him trying to fight on his own before the professionals arrived, I saw a spark of heroism. So after saving him I investigated him. I saw him a couple of times after school and I saw how his classmates respected him, as he trained strong and seemed to be determined. Mirko continued, listening attentively. I didn't understand how someone could respect the Ashen, but he let it go. But I was wrong. What I saw was not heroism, it was his ego acting for him. His teammates did not respect him. They are afraid of him. He was not determined, he was simply too arrogant to be considered inferior. Mirko looked at Toshinori carefully. Contrary to what he seemed a few minutes ago, All Might seemed to regret having entrusted his gift to Bakugo, but a new question arose in his mind. And why do you still support him? It was easy to guess. If Rumi had to guess, he would say it was because of pride. I can't leave him. I gave him the OFA and gave him the task of fighting AFO. It's not something I could take from him like a paddle. As much as Mirko agreed, he had to admit something. All Might was right about that point. The duty that now fell to Bakugo was not something that could be easily taken away. Okay, I understand. You feel obliged to help him despite everything. Toshinori nodded, relieved that Mirko understood him a little. So, will you train him? I ask, hoping that now with more knowledge of his reasons, Rumi will agree to help him. I'll give you some advice. Stop asking me or any other hero to train your heir. Better put on your tight LTX breeds and train him yourself. After all, he is your heir. All Might looked away and sighed. He was right. It was pathetic and degrading to have to ask someone else to train your pupil, the same one you chose. I will take your advice, was his short response, and he left the office. Once again Rumi sighed and sank into her chair. Tuk. Minutes later the noises from the door were heard, and before he could pass the door opened, revealing a head of green hair that made his day. Here, honey, I brought some sushi for lunch. Izuku picked up the bags of company IDs and gave a smile to Mirko, who smiled dumbfounded. Her boyfriend spoiled her a lot. The afternoon passed normally. Mirko told Izuku everything that happened, from the plans he now had with his mother to the small talk with All Might. Nerves, she hated that feeling. She was a warrior, a hero, someone who looked at fear and spat in its face and then kicked it in the ball. She couldn't let herself get nervous. She had been waiting for this moment for years. waiting to finally finish a bad chapter that had been on hold for a long time and still ate her from the inside. Right now she was in front of the door to her old house. It had taken her 1 hour to get there, not because of the traffic, but rather because she had taken detours a couple of times, going down totally unnecessary streets and paths that led to different places just to then return to your original path and finish here. Right now she will regret having rejected Izuku's offer to accompany her, but it would be very selfish to bring him into a problem that she had to solve, even though the green-haired boy claimed that all her problems were now also his. God, he loved his friend so much. Sigh, I resigned. I was already here and there would be no point in leaving. This was inevitable. He gently knocked on the white wooden door. Seconds passed until it opened. And there she was, her mother, the woman who brought her into the world. Even though she was about 43 years old, she looked quite young. She had the same skin color, blue eyes, white hair, and curiously she didn't have rabbit ears, just the tail and a peculiar rabbit nose. Oh, hello home Bakugo. Izuku knew that Rumi would have a very busy day, but he was not far behind. He had something very important to discuss, a decision that he could not take lightly that was totally exclusive to him. Of course, Mitsuki's help did not hurt. So, you already decided. The scene was peculiar. Mitsuki dressed in a white long-sleeved button-down shirt, black formal breathes and her slippers, taking a sip of the tea that Izuku strategically prepared for her to calm her instincts. Motherly, which works because right now I was resisting hugging him to death. Yes, I already decided and I'm going to do it, only he bit his lip nervously. He never imagined himself in this situation, or not at least until a few years later, but for some reason he felt the need to finish it. His plan, I don't know how to do it, I have no idea. Nothing? Mitsuki had had a pretty bad day, a lot of work, a tired husband who barely paid attention to her, a temperamentally unsuitable son, and to top it all off she burned her breakfast, but now her husband was working, her son was out doing who knows what. But after salvation, the hero negative came to the rescue. Although it was in his civil firm, Izuku arrived and greeted her with a very comforting hug. He prepared a delicious lunch for her, he made her tea and finally he gave her a shoulder massage. Was a light in their dark day. But the biggest ray of light was when he told her his plan. I want to give Rumi a promise ring. It was clear that this was an unusual tradition nowadays. Young people usually went straight to the commitment if the relationship worked, but he understood well the situation of his self-proclaimed son. He was still a minor, his love for Rumi was great, and well that they were practically already married before the law. But she felt proud that her little baby wanted to go further, to show him unconditional love and absolute fidelity, by saying that she was a little jealous of Rumi for having someone like Izuku, but hey, maybe in another life. I have to say that I am happy with the initiative. It has been a long time since I saw you so happy and determined. He smiled materially as he saw Izuku blush. Since Inko's death it was very rare to see that smile so genuine and full of life on him, but in the last few months it was very easy to see. You just had to say the magic word Rumi. Thank you, Oka-san, but I need your help. I don't know what to choose. Knew that whatever ring it was Rumi wouldn't care. She would go crazy with the meaning of the ring. Okay, honey, I understand. Give me a second. He left his cup of tea on the table. Without saying another word he stood up and walked elegantly towards his room, leaving Izuku to think, what was he up to now? Usajiyama home. Rumi had seen hundreds of reunions on TV, from the most dramatic to the most tense, but he never imagined that the reunion with his mother would be peculiar. It really seemed as if nothing had ever happened. Since she walked through the door, Shio treated her as if she were just another visitor for years and years of visits, served the food and had a pleasant conversation about the day. But it got to the point where an uncomfortable silence invaded the house. Now that they were in the living room, facing each other, Maruko looked around her old home, seeing a lot of decoration that she remembered as a child, some paintings where all the family and some other things. There were also new things. He heard the cup clink and looked at his mother. She was shaking as she shed tears. Mom, you're here. I'm sorry, he interrupted. Rumi, I'm really sorry, for everything. I shouldn't have isolated myself when your father died. I shouldn't have left you alone. I shouldn't have forbidden myself from going after your dreams. I shouldn't have done many things. The sobs turned into tears. Rumi acted and quickly went around the table to take the tea from his hands and place it on the table. He took a seat next to his mother, who was now covering her face with her hands. He began to caress her back and rested his other hand on her thigh. He didn't know what to say. Of course he disagreed. Shio had made many mistakes, but he didn't make any. She had done it intentionally. It was always to try to keep her away from the dangerous world, and the fact that she wanted to be a professional hero had not helped. For the first time she considered listening to Izuku and just letting the words flow. Please mom, don't cry. I understand why you did what you did. You didn't want you to share Dad's fate. You always cared about me despite having isolated you. And if we talk about guilt, I didn't consider how you feel either. Now it was his turn to cry. Although she had a little resentment toward her mother, most of it was against herself. As a teenager, she had never sat down to think about how her father's death affected her mother. She had never sat down to think about the consequences. Reasons why he had reacted so negatively when she told him her dream. He never imagined the fear and worry she went through at night. Now she just leaned on her shoulder and cried. Her mother hugged her and just let us off the hook about everything they had saved. Home Bakugo. A small box was what Mitsuki had brought with her, a small black box with gold hinges. What is this? I asked, bewildered. Open it, darling, Mitsuki said with her motherly tone. Upon opening the box, Izuku could see 3 rings, a thin gold one that seemed to have a silver press, one equally made of gold only with a small diamond, and a gold wedding band with the initials H and I. Mitsuki saw how her green-haired boy's eyes filled with tears. I thought this is. With a trembling voice I tried to ask. Yes, Izuku, your mother's rings, the blonde revealed while changing seats next to her baby. During the last visit I made to your mother in the hospital, she gave me this box. I delicately take the aforementioned, and he looked at her sadly, as if he wanted his best friend to come out of the box. She asked me to give it to you when the time was right, although I never believed that you would use this one. I carefully took out the first ring. This was the promise ring that your father gave to Inko. I remember the day she told me. There wasn't a second in which she stopped jumping and smiling. I'm sure she's proud of what my boy did. Izuku couldn't stand it and hugged Mitsuki and cried. He missed his mother and the fact that she was present even many years after her departure. Rumi sighed as he closed the door of his car. It was almost night and the day was about to end. He sighed for that. The only thing he needed now was to get home and sleep peacefully in the arms of his green-haired man. He had lost track of time inside his mother's house. He did not know at what moment a sea of tears and crying had turned into a pleasant and moderately pleasant conversation. Of course, there were many things that they wanted to ask both parties, but they knew that there was no longer the same trust as before. In fact, Rumi was sure that such trust never existed. But it was no longer the time to think about that. Now she had the opportunity to have that mother-daughter relationship that she had wanted since she was a teenager. Today had been the first step. In the end, she simply said goodbye with the promise of talking to her about Izuku the next time she met. I visited her. I didn't know when, but I would definitely visit her again. Speaking of his freckles, he took his phone and turned it on quickly. He waited for a few seconds and the sound of the notifications flooded the interior of the car. He had to put it on silent to be able to read all the messages. Perhaps for many other women this type of behavior could be seen as possessive, but for Rumi it was not unpleasant. She was a professional heroine, one of the strongest, and as such she was always in danger, so the fact that her boyfriend was always there keeping an eye on her was a dream come true, because normally relationships with heroes ended badly, either due to pressure in public or the constant anguish of knowing if your loved one is alive or dead. He smiled fondly as he read each and every message, started the car and began his way home. Triplets. At the same time, Izuku fell on the couch. His visit to Mitsuki had been longer than he had planned. Having freed himself from that weight had made him feel better, worse physically and mentally tired, although for the first time in years he was sure that he could sleep without any worry, especially if Rumi was with him. Talked about the most appealing brunette in the world. Izuku was wondering where he was? He was not a controlling person, but without a doubt his concern required him to at least send a message again, even if he had easily sent 6 of them and almost 8 messages on voicemail. He slid his hand into his pocket and took out his cell phone. Turning it on, he just smiled when he saw the reply message. Bunny red heart, carrot. On the way, face blowing a kiss, red heart. Instinctively his hand took the box of his mother's rings. No doubt he was excited to wear each one of them in due time. Tuk tuk. The knock on the door caught his attention. He looked at the message again and saw the time it was sent. Not even 12 minutes had passed, and he was sure that his mother-in-law's house was not too close. He got up lazily, thinking that it was a neighbor coming to ask for a favor, perhaps a DLVY man who had mistaken his address, perhaps some man or woman interested in preaching their beliefs. All those assumptions seemed to be too probable, but when he opened the door he couldn't be more surprised. The first thing he saw was spiky blonde hair. Unfortunately, it wasn't Mitsuki's. Instinctively his arms went up, protecting his face. He felt a burning sensation in his forearms, but it was quickly replaced by the pain in his back as he crashed into his kitchen table. "Hello." The resentment and hatred were palpable in his words. He began to walk past the now destroyed entrance. The door no longer existed. "Katsuki," he hissed in pain when the burning in his forearms returned. He slowly began to get up, but a kick to his stomach kept him on the ground. Then he heard a click and felt an extra weight on his neck apart from a cold touch. It was an anti-quirk collar. "There, on the floor, where you belong, at my feet." My foot was against his back, pressing, making him scream in pain because Katsuki began to use a little AFO. "What does it feel like, hey? You're finally where you are. You should—" His sadistic smile adorned his face. "I should have done this a long time ago. Put you in your place." He grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and lifted him before hitting him and making him crash against the cupboards. Then, another explosion. The kitchen is exploding and sending Izuku flying. "Ag!" He grunted in pain. "Sheet, I need to take this off," he whispered in pain as he grabbed the necklace and tried to pull it, but it gave way. "Is that all you can take?" "Deku," Katsuki shouted as he crossed the holy wall that was on fire, since the gas from the kitchen and the explosion practically destroyed the house. "But why are you doing this?" How could he speak while crawling away while thinking about something? Why, you are a DMN hinder, always meddling, a stone in my way. You were always better than me, smarter, stronger because of that quirk of yours." Without wasting time he shortened the distance and kicked him again, removing him. "To fly in the middle of the street. When you failed the UDATA test, things were in their place. I was in the class of heroes destined to be the new #1, and you were a nobody, without a father. Without mother. Just," again she kicked him, sending him further away. Her smug face changed to an angry one. "But you couldn't stay there, no? You had to get in the way again. The idiot Aizawa recognized your work. You shined at the USJ and you won everyone's respect. A respect that belonged to me. You won the DMN festival. And you didn't even fight with everything." A punch accompanied by an explosion was what hit Izuku's torso, which was already too injured. His face was covered in BLD, his torso and arms full of burns and wounds. "And then you entered the hero course. At same room as me, you won everyone's admiration. The strongest heroine chose you as an apprentice, companion and lover." Fury overflowed her eyes. Her fists trembled from the force of pressure. Her face was fury, but instead his face became happy with an arrogant smile. His body relaxed, but his shoulders rose with confidence. "But even so, I will always have something that you don't, a power that you wouldn't imagine in your dreams, that you will never even be worth seeing." He brought his face closer to Izuku's and, being centimeters away, he whispered, "I have the power of all might." The state of daze, the almost unconsciousness and the pain barely allowed him to speak, but he heard the last part clearly. For a few seconds he doubted and was sure that Bakugo had gone crazy, but he remembered all the times that the blonde hero spoke for himself. Of the explosive idiot, even though his lack of compliance with the rules is evident, every time he defended him and persuaded the director to lift punishments ahead of time, all the times Aizawa looked badly and accused All Might of favoritism. And the best of all is that he, All Might himself, was the one who recognized me, who saw in me a worthy successor and the strongest hero in history. He returned to his previous posture, and looked at him as if he were a dwarf and he was a giant who could step on him whenever he wanted. "And now I will kill you, I will become the best in history, and at the same time." A sharp blow stopped Katsuki. Izuku, staying conscious as best he could, recognized who it was, because it wasn't a blow, it was a kick. Triplets. The police, firefighters, paramedics and heroes surrounded the entire block, while each part of the public services did their duty. Near the ambulances you can hear screams. In fact, they could be heard throughout the block. "I swear to you I will kill that demon. I will cut off his legs. I will put one up his but while he eats the other, I swear. Dim and blonde skeleton. Obviously for mental health all the authorities had restricted the area, especially for minors. The rabbit was angry, no, furious at its peak. Hawks, Ryuko and even Aizawa were in charge of keeping her under control. Aizawa had her tied up with his bandages, Ryuko in dragon form had her trapped with her tail and Hawks just watched. While recording and eating some fried chicken. Toshinori, the current recipient of all the insults, was petrified, looking at what used to be the house of one of his students and the rabbit heroine, same house that was totally destroyed and same student who was on the verge of death, both destroyed by his successor, with his own power. Rumi, wait. Taking advantage of an oversight on the part of his captors, Mirko managed to get out. Toshinori turned quickly and saw her running towards him, ready to kick. He saw the desperation, anger, frustration, sadness and fear in her eyes, those eyes that used to be full of confidence and heroism. He simply closed his eyes waiting for the impact, but it never came. He heard some sobs clearly and then he opened his eyes and saw there, on the floor, collapsed. It's your fault. You are to blame. You gave a child a lot of power, you gave him airs of greatness and that caused him to feel like a god. You caused this, you almost killed my Izuku. The tears came non-stop. Fortunately, no police were paying attention, only the heroes who, with the exception of Aizawa, were surprised by what the rabbit was saying. Nana would be disappointed, setting off a time bomb and it would explode on an innocent person. My Izuku. The crying interrupted her. She couldn't stop thinking about the possibility of the freckled man's death. No kick hurt more than those words. He knew he wasn't entirely to blame, but he was still as guilty as Katsuki. He was the one who had given him enormous power, had deified him and hadn't even bothered to make sure his choice was right. Good, and now his successor was being held at the police station where they would surely send him to Tartaros because his quirk was too dangerous, especially with the AFO. Ryuko, who was somewhat shocked by what had been said, decided that it was not the time for answers. Her friend needed her. She returned to her human form and quickly ran to hug her. Sure, don't worry, I'm here, he'll be fine. The best doctors in Japan are treating him. If what you told me is true then he'll survive. I tried to calm her down, but the tears wouldn't stop. I don't want to lose him. I love him. I don't want him to leave. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to. She repeated between tears. Most of them were quite shocked. The safest and strongest heroine was crying, but they understood the situation and out of prudence they did not say anything and left the job of comforting her to Ryukyu. I didn't understand why I was here, in a 20 by 20 meter room made of concrete, a single door made of iron and steel that seemed to lead to a military bunker, for monotonous gray walls and one of them had a gigantic mirror. They are sure that there were people behind him. He was sitting in the middle of the room, in an uncomfortable iron chair that could well be used for torture since it had its own shackles added to the armrests in the area and to the legs of the chair at the ankles. Oh yes, the chair was glued to the floor. An iron table in front of him with another noticeably more comfortable chair on the other side. He felt the anti-quirk collar on his neck causing him to itch, which bothered him because he couldn't scratch it. In fact, everything bothered him. The only thing he could do was look at his reflection, his ash blonde hair in spikes, his red eyes full of anger, his lips pursed in despair. His face was one of total annoyance. What the hell was he doing here? He hadn't done anything wrong, he just went to put a Deku in his place, at his feet. He didn't do anything illegal, he was All Might's successor, nothing he did was illegal. The only bad thing he did was destroy the idiot's house at most, maybe one or another car and fences of other houses, maybe some light poles or fire hydrants, but everything was justified. It was his duty as the future #1 hero to give up respect and show who was boss, even among the useless of their useless extras. His stomach growled. He was hungry, quite hungry in fact, but he wouldn't say it out loud for someone to bring him something. If they were going to give him something it had to be as a tribute. He wouldn't lower himself to ask. The door mechanism rang. He watched as it opened little by little, revealing a group of people he knew perfectly well. Nizu, the dumb rat who had to be called principal and show respect for some reason. Idiot Aizawa, Deku worshipper and incompetent, anyone who recognized Izuku had to be. The DMN police chief dog, Kenji Tsuragami, the idiot who praised Izuku in the USJ accident. And lastly and most irritable, Toshinori, his predecessor, his teacher, the useless one who was not able to train him properly, the dumb one who did not let him shout to the world, "Look, I am All Might's successor and better than you. Kneel before me." The quartet walked serenely to the other end of the table, where Nizu took the seat and the other three stayed behind with crossed arms looking at him. "Hello, young Bakugo," with a smile, the director greeted kindly, as if they were not in Tartaros visiting one of his students who tried to commit murder by trying to kill another of his students. "Rat, it was time for you to arrive. I was about to despair and blow up this place." In reality, no one was surprised by the superbness of his words. He was literally handcuffed in the middle of a bunker made for the most powerful villains in Japan, with an anti-quirk collar, and he still threatened to make a mess, or tantrum. If they didn't do his orders, I hope they make up for having me here with a hamburger or something. Okay, this was too much. Nizu glanced at his companions. The police chief seemed calm while he had his arms crossed over his iti, although his clenched fists gave the indication that he was losing his patience. Aizawa is almost the same. His eyes glowed red for a few seconds, as if he were holding back from activating his quirk and beating him up because he also had his fists clenched, only harder if his white knuckles said something. And All Might. Well, he was just looking down, his shoulders drooping and his eyes lost in thought. He was glad that he had realized his mistake, but at this point it was too late. "I'm afraid that won't be possible, young Bakugo." With his voice calmer and trying not to sound like his typical mockery, the mouse spoke up, earning a confused and furious look from the blonde. "Why not?" Yes, he was furious, his face was an open book, and in this case the reading was very grotesque and violent. "Well, let's see." He took out a folder from who knows where and put it on the table, immediately opened it and began to read, "You are accused of misuse of quirk, knowingly damaging private property, attempted murder, attacking another person for no reason, etc., etc., etc." The mouse was not exaggerating. Each charge brought with it more secondary charges, which meant that Katsuki was up to his neck in shit. "And?" I asked shamelessly, "Just delete that. The future #1 cannot have that in his file, and by the way, open up these dumb wife." Okay, they really didn't know if the blonde was an idiot or really needed a good beating, but their level of idiocy was certainly impressive. "And?" replied the head of Class 1, "I don't think you understand how serious this is. Your hero career ended before it began," the teacher explained with an annoyed face, his hair floating while his eyes shone brighter than ever. "Normal. Stop saying dumb things. I have the position of symbol of peace secured. Tell him All Might." Everyone looked at the symbol of peace waiting for an answer. Of course, in this case his opinion was totally irrelevant. With all the witnesses there were, both heroes and civilians. It was impossible for Katsuki to get out of this without at least 10 years in prison and losing the opportunity to continue in the UA or any other school of heroism. "I'm sorry, young Bakugo. This time you crossed the line. I can't save you from this." Even though his words sounded safe, everyone could hear the pain and remorse behind it, and of course, he was supposed to be in charge. To guide him on the right path, to transform him into the best version of Katsuki Bakugo, but in the end things were not like that. Katsuki was about to scream, shout 1,000 insults at everyone. What the hell did they think? He was the heir of the OFA, the successor of All Might, the person destined to end all evil in the world and be unquestionably the most powerful on the planet. He even planned to change his hero name to One Above All, a bit modest, but he believed that there was no other way to do him justice. Fortunately, the police chief spoke up. Katsuki Bakugo, for the charges already mentioned plus the complaints of the professional heroines Ryukyu and Mirko, his case has been processed and the judges decided his sentence. From the same folder that Nizu had read the charges, he took what seemed to be one more sheet longer than the others. He is sentenced to spend 10 years in the Tartaro Maximum Security Prison, plus 1,200 hours of social service once his sentence is completed. In addition, you will have to compensate for all the damages caused and will place an anti-quirk anklet on you until the court deems it necessary, which in turn will cause you to be unable to study at UA nor any other that teaches heroism as a subject. Without a doubt, they were the longest and most emotional 2 weeks for Rumi. At first, after leaving her boyfriend in the hands of the hospital, she seemed to carry him in a good way, at least in public. In front of people she was still the super rabbit heroine, Mirko, the strongest woman in Japan and the unstoppable heroine who would not hesitate to kick the bad guys' butts. But in the comfort of her apartment she was Rumi Usugiyama, a broken and depressed woman who had her boyfriend in the hospital for a dumb blonde with delusions of grandeur. After Bakugo's attack, Rumi made sure that Izuku was treated only by the best doctors and did not care about the cost because money was not a problem. In the end they were able to stabilize him, but unfortunately his beloved Broccoli had gone into a coma. It had been 2 months since then. He had concentrated on his work and had risen to the top 3 on the list of heroes. His visits to Izuku were decreasing over time. He still loved him madly, but he couldn't stand seeing him so weak and vulnerable. Today, in the comfort of his apartment, Rumi was. His bed, several ice cream molds and beer cans thrown all over the floor of his room, shirts, briefs, sweaters, shoes and even underwear were thrown everywhere. The curtains, they barely let a thread of light pass through, leaving the room completely dark. On the bed, there was a lump barely covered by sheets. Only the butt area was covered, leaving the brunette woman's back and legs exposed. The alarm clock began to ring. Little by little he began to open his eyes. With a quick movement he hit the reinforced device. It was not the first time he had crushed an alarm clock. He complained. As soon as he began to gain consciousness his head and body were hit by severe pain. As his room indicated, he had been drinking and eating ice cream until he passed out. Although she normally didn't mind people seeing her like that, she had no need to change into something more decent because she knew perfectly well who was behind the door. And just as he thought, when he opened the door he saw his best friend in the whole world, the super dragon heroine Ryuko, dressed in a long-sleeved, high-necked gray shirt, denim jeans torn at the knee and boots. Tall coffees, they have appealing, refined and elegant as always. Really? Did you drink again? Leaving aside the greetings, he asked dumbly because the dark circles under his eyes, the annoyed face and the lack of pajamas clearly said yes. You're not my mother, don't bother me, he growled, walking directly to the couch where, once close enough, he plopped down. Ryuko sighed heavily. She couldn't say she knew what Rumi was going through. She had never had a platonic love in her life to melt over. Love was something that never worked for her. The only way to comfort her best friend was to be there for her and comfort her, something she couldn't either because Rumi clearly didn't want to see anyone. She could only watch as the rabbit took another beer from the central table and drank bitterly. He resigned himself and walked directly to the kitchen, opened one of the many cabinets and grabbed an aspirin, took a glass of water and threw the pill at the bottom where it began to bubble. Hey, I was also into that, the rabbit shouted when she felt something snatch her can of beer and put a glass with bubbles in its place. I know, and hearing that I took it away from you, it is not good for you to drink alcohol as if it were water, the blonde reptilian gifted. Rumi glared at her friend, clearly upset by her actions, but relaxed when she saw the worried look on her face. You know well why I am like this, he responded, ignoring the words. Yes, Izuku hasn't woken up, but that's no reason for you to be like this. Do you think he would like to see you like this? Mirko didn't answer, she just stayed silent processing those words. It was obvious to her that Izuku would rather be dead than see her like that. And now, just when her cute, dumb Broccoli was bedridden, she went and got into her self-pity and misery. Pathetic, she told herself. Okay, yes, you're right, I'll go to. About to finish the landline I had in the living room, but suddenly, without waiting another second, he answered. Ryuko was watching carefully as Rumi's features showed a state of shock. They couldn't hear what she was saying, she could only see how the rabbit hung up abruptly and jumped up. Rumi? She asked cautiously. She didn't understand her best friend's actions. I have to take a shower, I answered as I walked to the stairs. I had to take a shower, put on something nice and put on some perfume. Oh God, I smell like a trailer stop, I continued babbling. Rumi! The dragon shouted, calling her attention. The rabbit reacted and turned to see her friend. Do you want to tell me what's going on? I asked. Rumi's face was filled with tears and a smile was marked on her appealing face. Izuku woke up. He felt sore, his bones, his muscles, everything was numb, his head hurt badly and his throat was so dry that even passing saliva didn't help at all. He opened his eyes slowly, but when he was able to appreciate the sunlight he closed them quickly due to a strong burning. Little by little he managed to adapt and open them completely. Even so, he saw something blurry and he could not designate that it was that silhouette that seemed to be sitting in front of him. Mitsuki, if that's the person who formed the silhouette that Izuku couldn't define, the matriarch Bakugo was sitting flipping through one of the many magazines that the table next to her had. She had been here every day waiting for her surrogate son to wake up. 2 months ago, when her son's teacher, Aizawa Shoyuta, showed up at her home with 2 police officers, she knew something had gone wrong with Bakugo, but what the teacher told her next. He always knew that his son felt anger and jealousy for Izuku. Since they were children, it was strong that Katsuki only wanted to overcome the green-haired boy by any means, and that same day he confirmed it. Stealing Anti-Quirk HNDCFFS from the police, attacking Izuku in his house, destroying it in the process, destroying cars, fences, public roads, and mortally wounding Izuku. She always knew that Katsuki would do anything to make Izuku atheists, but he never imagined he would reach this point. When the day of judgment against his son arrived, he had to accept each and every one of the punishments that could be inflicted on his son, no matter how much his heart was broken. He agreed to put a big stop to his son. He preferred that he spend a few years in tatters learning from his mistakes before seeing him on the news become a merciless killer, even less knowing that his first victim was his surrogate son. A grunt was heard. He looked up from the magazine and looked directly at his son. He saw small movements that indicated that he was waking up. Without stopping to think, he threw the magazine aside and ran to his Izuku's side. "Ka-chan?" he asked weakly before starting to cough. "Sure, calm down, Izu-chan, calm down." Here, recognizing the dry cough that Izuku had, he took the glass that he had nearby and carefully helped him to be late. In seconds, Izuku drank all the liquid. When the glass moved away from his mouth, he took a deep breath. "You feel better," Mitsuki said, feeling the anxiety beginning to attack her. Her son was alive. Yes. He jumped when out of nowhere he felt like he was caught in a deadly embrace. "I'm sorry, forgive me Izuku, my idiot son made you like that. I'm a bad mother, how did it all end like this?" The sobs were already clear. Mitsuki's broken voice reached his ears. Regret. His words were clear. Not knowing what to do, Izuku returned the hug slowly. At first he didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but as the minutes passed, all the memories came back to his head. Anger began to boil in his body. That idiot Bakugo had treacherously attacked him right at the door of his home, and he was cowardly enough to put Anti-Quirk HNDFFS on him so that he couldn't defend himself, destroying his home, his things, and all the memories I had. I would definitely pay for it. But the tears that were beginning to wet his hospital gown made him leave his thoughts. He looked at his surrogate mother and felt pain when he saw her cry. Mitsuki had always been a strong and incredible woman. There was nothing that could surpass her, but knowing that it was that idiot who put her in this state, it only made him hate her more. "Don't worry, Kachan, it's not your fault. You don't have to blame yourself for the things your idiot son does." I tried to console her. "I'm not angry with you. She was the only person who reminds me what it's like to have a mother. I would never hate you." Izuku's words had an effect when Mitsuki looked at him still with small tears. "Oh, Izu-chan, you are the best son," the mother says. "And you are the best Kang." Mitsuki had every intention of continuing to hug her silly and adorable broccoli, but the door to the room opened, revealing a nurse accompanied by a doctor, both bewildered by the sight of the mother-son dinner. Although without anyone seeing, he took out a small box from his bag and hid it under Izuku's hand. A couple of hours later. The last time he was so nervous was when he took the admission exam for the UA, and although the results were not what he expected, he was infinitely grateful for having failed because that was the event that unleashed all the others. Even the reason he met Rumi. She is possibly the person he loves most in the world. In such a short time the rabbit had stolen his heart. He still remembered everything in every detail: their first breakfast, the first time they patrolled together, when they went out for a run for the first time, the concert that led to his first embrace. But it was that same person who caused the same nervousness now. Mitsuki told him that a little more than 2 months had passed. What would he say if he saw her? What would happen? The nerves were so great that it took him a second to react. At the sound of a door being kicked, Mirko scanned the room with his ruby-colored eyes until he found them. He made contact with the emeralds that he loved most in the world, the eyes of his boyfriend. His hair was longer than normal, he was still dressed in the hospital gown and had several bandages covering his body and one or another patch, but he was still his Izuku. That shine in his eyes was unforgettable. Izuku took a good look at his partner. She was appealing, her hair, her eyes, her ears, her nose, her skin color, her body. There was no part of her that he didn't love, and after all, seeing her again was like falling in love. Room, Izuku whispered. Without realizing it, he already had the rabbit on top of him. You woke up, she said without being able to believe it. You really woke up, you're awake. The rabbit's hands were holding Izuku's cheeks in her hands. Izuku slowly put his hands on Rumi's and looked her straight in the eyes. You are as appealing as I remember. I can't take it anymore. Those words were enough to break Rumi's last barrier and succumb to her longing to embrace him. They didn't know how long it lasted, but they didn't want to know either. They didn't want to know anything. There was only this moment, and it was the only one they needed. Unfortunately, the lack of oxygen worked against them and they had to separate, both breathing and needing air, but for no reason did they break visual or physical contact. Rumi hugged him, surrounded his neck with her arms and simply cried, all the pain, all the anguish, all that fear that he felt left with a show as basic of affection as an embrace could have been, but it will not be that embrace, but the person he shared it with was his Izuku. Don't leave again, promise me you won't leave again. She spoke in sobs. She didn't want to lose him again. She had never fallen in love in her life, and feeling like the first person who had stolen her heart almost died was awful. Despite there being no response, Mirko separated when he felt how Izuku took his hand delicately. He felt electricity run through his body at his magnificent touch. He never separated his eyes from his, but he felt how little by little something entered his ring finger. For a second his heart stopped. When he raised his hand, he could see a appealing black ring with appealing white stones. This is physical proof that I will never ever be separated from you, I promise. Rumi didn't wait a second and once again passionately embraced her man, this time with passion and lust. That night in the hospital many could hear the noises of love. No doctor dared to stop the act, but a very angry blonde had promised them pure pain if they dared to interfere.